It's an opportunity for members of the public to offer a public comment on a matter that's not on the agenda. It's meant as an opportunity for a comment rather than a back and forth of deliberations. And board's policy is to keep public comments to 3 minutes or less. Was there anyone here or in the online audience that has a public comment? Okay. John Butler and Kristen will also. Can you bring over John?
Yes, I directed a letter to the select board this afternoon. I think it's self-explanatory. I don't have really too much to add to what was expressed in the note. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but basically it's a request that there were two parts, as you may remember, to the town meeting warrant that was approved last year with respect to RECCs. It basically said, please withdraw from the current IMA, and before you get into another one, please give us a chance to understand it and issue a recommendation. The few people have approached me and said they're concerned that the second part, even though the first part was honored by the board last year's board, concerned that the second part, that the town meeting get a chance to understand any IMA before it becomes conclusive, finalized, and be able to give a recommendation thereupon, even though the decision is solely in the hands of the board. And so there is a citizen warrant which has been prepared to reiterate that request. But I think, and it says a few other things that were also said last year. I don't think there's anything really new in it, but I think it'd be nice if we could avoid restating that on town meeting floor. And I think if the select board were to say, yes, before any IMA becomes final, we'll listen to a town meeting on the subject. And I think, I don't think we need to actually put the citizens petition into a motion on the floor. That's the question. And I have nothing much really to say about it. I think it's explained, and there's a letter about this.
Okay, thank you. And I have forwarded your letter to the rest.
Okay.
Kristen?
Andrew, I sent you this question earlier, albeit right before the call, and I know you guys can't answer it, but I believe after a flurry of emails over the last few days that trails will be on the agenda this evening and their project. And when looking at the agenda, I could see no item pointing to that. After doing some digging, I was told that it's likely to come up on the ARPA funding, which is the very last item on the agenda. Given that this is about trails and something people care about, I would have thought it would be highlighted on the agenda, and you knew very well as of Friday that it would be on this agenda. But I would ask that we move it up in the agenda because I believe there's people from trails there as well as myself. And so it seems a bit buried at the end there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that segue, because we have 4 scheduled appointments, we are going to take that up towards the end of the agenda together with the discussion about the budget and the warrant. Before we get to the scheduled appointments out, I wanted to acknowledge our interim chief, Paul Philibrown, who's here. And I know members of the select board got a chance to meet him by Zoom. I've met him in person, but just wanted to acknowledge him and welcome him. Thank you. And so the next item is presentation by Superintendent Houle for the Aztec Valley School District. And
Vanessa, is Tim as an attendee, or is he?
He declined to.
He's an attendee.
Yeah, he declined to come over.
Right. We'll promote him, and we call our meeting to order at 6:37.
All right, and I'm going to recuse myself from this item because my firm represents the school district. So with that, I'm going to turn this item over to our vice chair, Cap.
Welcome, right? You want to introduce yourself, most of us know you, maybe not everybody.
Certainly.
Your companion.
Excellent. Well, good evening and thank you very much. It's always an honor to come before you. My name is Ernest Hool. I'm the Superintendent Director at Aspet Valley Regional Vocational School District. And to my right is our esteemed school committee rep from the town of Southborough, Mark Petrowitz, who's done a fantastic job representing Southborough. His son actually attends Aspet as well. So I guess there's no better representation that we could hope for when you have a parent on the school committee. So he's done an outstanding job. Today we have the opportunity to talk about our FY25 budget plan. And then at the very end, we've got a couple separate slides that will talk about the additional warrant article that we're hoping that the town will support when it comes to a creation of a stabilization fund. So as we go through, just feel free to stop and ask questions. I'll try and be as brief and quick as possible. Just as a kind of high level fast facts about what's happening this year in Southborough or at Aspet, we're celebrating 50 years of existence. And Dan was actually the select board member, Sam Stivers, was there for our 50th kind of kickoff that we had in the fall. We've got a time capsule that's got one of the original groundbreaking shovels, which was donated from the spouse of one of the first members of the town of Berlin. And with that, this is the first year, as we've been talking about budgets over the past several years, this kind of a crossroads where we're starting to have more interest from in-district students and less out-of-district students having the ability to come in. And with that happening, the effect is that it's cost shifts member assessments graded to the our member communities, and we have less reliance on out-of-district tuition. So this year we have our first freshman class in which we have 0 out-of-district students. For Southborough, this budget was based on October 1 numbers of 23. You have 25 students, and that's an increase of 3 students over this current year of FY24. The FY25 assessment is at $517,861, which comes in actually $6,585 less than estimated, which is what we gave an estimated figure to Mark and Brian at $524,446. And so the operating share for Southborough this year is at 2.5%. The previous slide just had some quick overall. It's an 8.5% increase over the budget over FY24. $2,137,140 is the difference over 24. The budget fulfills moving 2 staff members that are on grant funding right now that were in ESSER 3, moving them into the budget, as well as an addition of 3 additional staff members. I've got a slide which speaks to that. We are in the 5th and final year for FY25 of the school bus transportation contract, and that increase is budgeted for 2.8%. We do not have at this time cost of health insurance increases, but we have heard that it's going to be a 10% or higher. Currently, our cost share for folks that were hired prior to July 1st, 2019 is a 75-25 split, and anyone hired after that date is a 70-30 split. This budget meets all contractual obligations. We have a teacher contract, which we're going into our 3rd year. I'm just jumping ahead. Okay, you're good. But 3rd year of a teacher contract, and they have a 3.25%. And then, as I mentioned, we have the stabilization fund that we're looking at, but we have also built in a $250,000 capital improvement fund line item, which we'll talk about at the end of the slides. So if you go back just one slide real quick. So this is really a major increase. As we talked about the increase of the budget overall, the 2.1 million, 1.8 of that is realized on this screen. So 48 additional students is what our enrollment went up for in district. which then basically we have no out-of-district freshman students. So that's 48 less out-of-district students that we're taking in. So it increases our chapter funding aid. It increases the minimum local contribution as required from our member communities. The regional transportation rate is at 80%. This current year it was at 95%, but the governor's budget has it earmarked at 80. When the school was built, they had promised towns that it would be 100% reimbursement, but they have two little words after it say if appropriated. It's never been at 100%. So you'll see the difference of what we're getting with that regional transportation rate. We assess the difference of the contract to our member communities. The stuff in the bottom left is basically just resources at this point, because those folks haven't met yet. Next slide. These are just our budget topics that we're going to run through real quick. Next slide. Our budget drivers, I won't read through all of those, but we've had an increasing number of multi-language learners. It's now MLLs instead of ELs or ELLs. It's MLLs. And then our students with disabilities, we're actually seeing a decrease in those students coming in requiring services. However, the services that we are seeing with the students that require are much greater than what we've seen in the past. As most school districts are dealing with social emotional learning, mental health, that's an additional cost, obviously, that's in order to service our students. Assabet is a inclusion type school. There are no pullouts. So our special education students are treated as general education students. And so what that means is we have a core academic teacher in the classroom, and we also will have a special ed teacher in that same classroom to deliver instruction. But our students are treated completely the same when it comes to their services. We've had the student interest in enrollment that's gone up, as I mentioned. We are seeing that we have some inflationary costs when it comes to consumables. As a career tech school, obviously, when you're buying supplies, it's at whatever the industry rate is. A little side note, we just found out yesterday that drywall is going up 20% from our supplier. So if you're doing any projects, 20%, buy that before the end of the month. And then, as I mentioned, meets contractual obligations and gets us closer to staffing the service levels before COVID. In the capital improvement funds, I'll explain when we get to that. Again, is a reliance less on out-of-district tuition or grant funding. Next slide. So these are the three new positions. And actually, the elective instructor is not new because we're still trying to get back to pre-COVID levels, but a paraprofessional in special education, an athletic trainer for our sports, and then the elective instructor is most likely going to be a phys ed health teacher. But based on a program of studies and what students pick, it could also end up being an art instructor. So the elective instructor is undetermined at this time. The slide that you see there are the enrollment changes. So if you look to the far left in that first column of the grade 9, you'll see the zeros for Boylston, Clinton, Shrewsbury, other, which indicates that we have 305 in our freshman class, all in district, which is shaded in blue. You'll see Southborough second from the bottom of the blue, starting from the left to the right. You'll see that your change was you had 22 students that were there in as of October 1, 2022, and then this past October 1, 2023, we added 3 additional students. So there's a total of 25 students of what your assessment is being based on. Next slide. So Assabet uses the statutory method of assessment. That's what's in the regional agreement. And basically what it says is that it's minimum local contribution that's applied, and then the above minimum assessment required based on the aggregate wealth model for each community. In addition to those 2 items in regional transportation, there's also capital project debt service and other capital costs that are included in the above minimum assessment. So next slide. We'll talk more about this and you can see it a little easier. This is what minimum local contribution, the definition is. It's basically how they come up with that minimum local contribution by community. It really is based on, it's the aggregate wealth model, and it's based on 50% property wealth, 50% local income wealth. So if your community has had a lot of commercial development that's happened, or price of homes are up, or median incomes, That's how this MLC is basically determined, again, at the state level, not through ASPEC. Next slide. This is just indicating that the governor's budget was released on January 25, 2024 as the floor. Obviously, we have the House and the Senate that has to go, and then conference committee, and then back to the governor for the final budget approval. So a ways to go. There is a hyperlink if you have this electronic, which will bring you right to that chapter 70 page, but I'm going to share it with you right here. This is the minimum local contribution, and you'll see that it's ASABIT. On the far right, it's easy to look just at the comparison from 24 to 25. At the very top, the enrollment was 971 in this current, technically, as of October 1 of 2022. This year, it's at 1,019 in district. That's an additional 48 students. And then you'll see the numbers as you go down. The difference is based on that 48 students, additional students, how those numbers transpire. So basically, our chapter 78 went up about 738,035. And then they required, where is it? The district contribution, the net school spending figure that's there, the 23,323,393. All schools have to get at whatever the minimum determined net school spending is. We happen to be at 100%. We generally will float anywhere between 101 to 103%. So we have very little to be able to cut from our budget as we operate very lean. Next slide. This is just a resource that we use. ASABIT is in the blue shaded section. This is a couple years old because they haven't updated for FY24 yet. But ASABIT, if you look to the far right, we were operating actually below net school spending. And the problem with that is DESE allows it maybe in 1 year, maybe 2 years, but then you have to catch up, which means you have to overspend what you had underspent the year prior, moving into the next school year. So if you see that we were under in FY23, $473,934, we need to overspend in FY24 that amount of money on top of our regular FY24 budget. And then there are our communities that send to us that you see below, up above there in the yellow. Here's the minimum local contribution. So you can see that for Southborough, second from the bottom, working from the far left, again, 22 students in FY24, 25 students in FY25, a change in 3. And basically it was an additional $73,683 for the 3 additional students. Now, one may say, okay, if I look at the enrollment and I try and figure out the cost per the number of students you have, and you look at that number, it gives you an inflated number because it's not really just based on minimum local contribution. You got to take the whole budget overall and then divide it by the number of students that you have. If, for example, you just look up to Marlborough, which is third from the top, they had 55 students, right? And their assessment only went up 827,673. So if you were trying to figure out the numbers based on, what you have with the 3 divided that 73 by 3, and then look at Marlborough, it doesn't make sense. It's because their assessment is a little bit lower because of the number of students that they have, and because of the aggregate wealth model of the community. Questions? All right, next slide. So this is the money slide, I guess that I've been calling it. This is it all in a nutshell. So if you look at Southborough, which is the third from the right at the very top in blue, the minimum local contribution is the $463,232, right? That's the number that basically the state is saying that your aggregate wealth model has determined. The net school busing that you see in the yellow under Southborough, that $14,311. If you look to the far right where it says total, it says $583,296. That's the difference of our busing contract. We're getting $760,000 through regional transportation reimbursement at that 80%. And then the difference of what our contract is, basically that figure gets assessed by the towns is through the operational costs. So if you go all the way down to the bottom under Southborough, you'll remember that I mentioned that your operational cost in this FY25 budget is 2.5%. So the 2.5% of 583,296 is the 14,311. The OPEB trust fund, as you may recall, the past few years, we were only putting in 35,000. Last year, we went to 50,000. This year, we decided to go to 75. At 35 or 50, we'll never meet our requirement of 21 million. So we said we should probably try and bump that up a little bit. And you'll see that Southboro's share of that is 1,840. The capital improvement fund is that new fund that I mentioned that the hope is that will be applied to the stabilization fund if it were to get approved. However, and being preemptive in nature and proactive, we put that in there because we do have some capital projects that the district is going to have to address. Although we did have a $62 million renovation project, it wasn't able to address all of the issues. If you can imagine, in 50 years, the floor is starting to pop up in certain sections. We have roadways and parking lots that need to be addressed. And, you know, for capital, the district really hadn't gone to its member towns in the 40 years prior to looking at the renovation project. And then since then, we've been able to deal with it without a district tuition of grant funding. So the capital improvement piece, that 250 is a $6,133 cost to Southborough. So that section is the 22,284. And then the long-term debt service is basically the cost of the renovation project, which is to be completed, being paid off in 2042. I have a debt schedule service for that. It basically is a fixed percentage that at the time of the project being approved. It looked at the 3-year average enrollment in 2013. That percentage will stay for the life of that debt service. So Southborough's requirement for that is $32,345. And then there's the $517,861 assessment for FY25. And then if you look below, there's the 25 students and the 2.5 operational share. Any questions?
So one quick before you keep going, if you want to go, can you go back to that slide, Melissa? So the 250 going to the capital improvement fund.
Mhm.
If the article to approve the capital stabilization gets passed by enough towns to make it a real thing, that 250 is going to go into that?
Well, yeah, there'll be a portion of the 250 that goes in there, and I'll talk about when we get to the revenues expenditure side. We have a phone system that's outdated. Basically, I call it a hybrid, but it's far from being hybrid because it's analog and there's some technology happening. So as you know, in the state, when you dial 911, they want you to be able to call from anywhere, and they should be able to tell exactly where you're calling from, the location and the room. Our folks have to say where they're located, the person on the other end. So that's a life safety issue that we have to deal with and take care of. So the cost of that would come out of the 250, and the remainder would go into that.
Okay, so the second question, the 2.5% that represents our share of the students. So that 518 is about 3.2% of the total. So I assume the difference between the two is the wealth factor that applies to us differently than other towns.
Yeah. I'm going to take you on the road with me. A lot of people don't understand that. Excellent. Next slide. So here's the capital debt assessment, FY25. The amount due is for principal and interest. $27 million was borrowed in FY16. 29 million was actually the cost of the project, but the district took the additional 2 million, took out a ban, paid for that separately, and that ban was paid off in December. Again, using out of district tuition money as required. The total payments 1.1 million. The interest is 657,875. It decreases each year by 55,000. So that's the total 1.757875, which is due on July 1st. And then January 2025, January 1st, 2025. If you go to the next slide, these were the 3-year averages that at the time when the project was voted, that will stay for the life of the debt service schedule. So that Southborough's, even though you're at 2.5, it will remain at 1.84. It could fluctuate and go below, or it could fluctuate and go above based on the amount of students you have enrolled. So you'll see there was a slight reduction in that. If you go to the next slide, it's the full debt service schedule. This is the 9th payment. And you'll see that it decreases each year I'd say that actually my predecessors, when having this become part of the project was smart by having a fixed rate, obviously, because you can plan at, our communities can plan on what they would be owing. And you see that as you can follow that year by year until it's paid off in 2042. Next slide. Oh, question? Yeah.
I do have a question.
Sure.
I know that the interest rates from 16 or from 17 to 26 are 5%, and then it drops down. Yeah, but you just describe sort of financing strategy given that you borrowed the money in 2016 or 2017.
Yes,
That's highly favorable.
that's a good question. I was not here at that time period when this was set. So the project was approved in 2013. I believe that they had this set prior to my arrival, for it to get begin to get paid out. But basically, what went out was that we submitted out for a bond, and then based on which financial institution gave us the best deal, that's the schedule that was brought from that. Or that was the one that was chosen to go with, based on the way it's set up. As to why it goes from 5% down to 3% and then back up to 4%, I don't have a
I
clear.
understand the 3 going to 4. I'm just curious as to what the 5s, which were shorter terms but higher rates.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you tonight, but I'd be happy to look into it and get back to you.
If somebody's projecting future rates. And
They laddered the bonds.
So here's the operational revenue plan for FY25. If you look at the top, basically all the previous slides that we've looked at kind of spells that out. Chapter 78, as I mentioned, 9,832,968 is at the very top. The minimum local contribution is the figure for Southborough, as we've talked about, the 463,232. The district will be using $450,000 from its excess and deficiency fund. That just came in and it was approved at $883,000. We're going to be using $450,000 of that. We have interest income of $150,000 that will be applied. $51,000 then what's used in FY24, and then Medicaid reimbursement, we dropped that by $5,000. That's a kind of a moving target because Medicaid reimbursement is based on the services that we can bill out based on the needs of the students that are receiving those services, and not all of them can be billed out through Medicaid. So there's a total foundation revenue figure there. There's the regional school transportation, and then down below that, the member community assessments that are above minimum required. That's the bus. That's the additional cost of busing, right? Capital debt service, all that stuff. You'll see Southborough is there, 54,629, and then the bottom budget 27,425,000. 514 is the overall budget, and the increase of being an 8.5. So I think that when I started, we are still utilizing some out-of-district tuition to offset some of the costs to our communities. In the current fiscal year for FY24, we allocated $2 million in health insurance and $500,000 in electricity. As you can imagine, as less students come in from out of district, we have less money available. So for FY25, we're earmarking $1.5 million towards health insurance. And the electricity is $200,000, so it's dropping by roughly $800,000. So it's at $1.7 million that we're going to allocate for out-of-district tuition funds. If you go to the next slide, you can see if you look at insurance of all active employees at the 5,200 or 5,250, those figures are relatively low. It's down at the bottom right there. Yep. So that's where the 1.5 will be allocated to, and then 200,000 would be in the operation and maintenance areas. But really the two functions that you see the greatest increases were instruction, which has the 3 positions of the new folks that were being added, 2 grant funded positions. We have steps and levels for our teachers. We have the cost of living increase. With any teacher contract, if a teacher's not at the very top step, not a veteran teacher. They may be at a lower step, and each year as they move down, there's a increase in between the steps. And then on top of that increase is a COLA, whatever the COLA is for that school year. So those are all factored in. And then for operation and maintenance, that 250,000 of the capital improvement fund is included in that figure. So part of the phone system, like I had mentioned, it's going to be paid for out of that. And then the remainder will be added to the stabilization fund if it's created. If not, we'll look to have to spend the 250 within the FY25 fiscal year. Questions on the budget altogether?
So the 5.7 are the assessments have been voted on. That's it for the moment until you get more information.
So the school committee voted the assessments, yeah, February 6th. Obviously, it's the governor's budget. If for some reason, it's the initial governor's budget, not the final budget. So hopefully, none of the MLC or Chapter 70 changes, between now and the conference committee and the governor finally signing the budget. That's what will remain.
Anybody have any questions on the budget stuff before we start talking about the stabilization?
I got it, yes.
You're okay? Say your name.
Yep.
Down. Gregory.
Right. Next slide. So the creation of the stabilization fund, as I mentioned, if you go just one more slide, and then I'll go back to this one. So in looking at these are all of our communities have a stabilization fund that they've established for their municipalities. And as a regional school district, right, we kind of function as a municipality within our own parameters, but we don't have the ability to access any of the stabilization funds of our municipalities. If you go back to the stabilization slide that we had prior, one of the things that I guess Assabet's been fortunate that by not having all in-district students, right, we've been able to have the membership costs and assessments kept quite low, and any of the capital improvements have been able to be handled by out-of-district tuition or through grant funding. To date, Assabet has had the ability to access about $6 million in grants that we've been awarded, and that's for capital equipment for our technical programs. We've been awarded another $1.5 million for what they call career tech initiatives, which are something that the Governor Baker started for unemployed or underemployed adults in our communities. But the caveat with that, or with all of that grant money, is if you get it, they then want you to be open from 7 in the morning until 10 o'clock at night to make sure that you're a resource and you're having that equipment and availability of your programs to the public. With that, wear and tear happens on that type of equipment. The equipment is costly. For example, the computer numeric controlled plasma cutter or CNC plasma cutter in the metal fabrication shop is being replaced. That's a $40,000 price tag. Luckily, the Department of Ed has had additional Perkins funding, which is the federal money for Chapter 74 career and technical programs in the state, that we're able to use the money that they've allocated that was additional that we were not anticipating to purchase that piece of equipment. As I mentioned, with the life and safety things that are in the school that have not been addressed based on the renovation project, again, we're trying to be preemptive and proactive in creating the stabilization fund, because God forbid if something were to happen and that we don't have the out-of-district tuition money to fall back on, what would happen is if it's a life and safety issue, especially, the price tag for that is basically going to get distributed between our 7 member communities, and it will be something that will be given to you to then hold a special town meeting, which costs money, or to take no action in the 45-day and to have it taken care of. This situation happened in my previous district when I was at Minuteman, where they had the trades hall that for 35 years had always been approved by the fire chief. They had a new fire chief come in town, and I know we have an interim here tonight. But the new fire chief said, listen, you can't have just fire retardant paint on plywood walls in which they're doing plumbing and other things with torches. So he basically shut the whole trades all down. And that was a $453,000 price tag that the district at the time, Minuteman, did not have a stabilization account. So the price tag is borne by the member communities. We're looking to avoid something like that. So I think the establishment of the stabilization fund for a regional school district, basically 2/3 of our communities have to approve the stabilization fund for it to be created. Once it's created, as you can see by the warrant article language there, which we did vet through our legal counsel, basically any interest and then any operational line monies can be transferred into that. And that would fall under the governance of the school committee, which they would have to have a 2/3 vote for anything they're going to do with that account. The nice thing is that at every budget presentation we come to from here on out, if it's created, we will be sharing with you what the amount is in that account, and then also what the committee has approved to happen with the monies in that account. There could be a number of years in which we just let it grow. Like I mentioned, we're looking to address the parking lots and roadways. I know prior to COVID, we had got an estimate of about 950,000 to do that. And since COVID's happened and everything else has gone up, it's at about a $1.4 million now. So obviously, it would have been nice if we could have done it before COVID, but we didn't. So there are some larger projects that we're going to have some years in which we save money to put in that. But that's really the purpose of stabilization fund.
The process question here, 2/3 of the communities have to approve. Is our town meeting go 2/3 or majority?
I believe it's just based on the budget, just like the budget, I believe it's just the majority.
So you need 5 out of 7.
5 out of 7, yeah.
So 1.4 is what you know about right now, as far as needs.
1.4 million.
Is what you know about.
Yeah, well, that's one project. I mean, we haven't talked about, we just finished strategic planning, which will start technically in FY 25 through 27. So we still have some long-term planning that we're going to do with school committee and with staff to understand what our real major needs are. Like I said, the renovation project handled $62 million of it, which was basically the envelope of the building, energy, windows, doors, roof, HVAC system, boilers, sprinkler system, and then some networking type of stuff. Other than that, it didn't do anything else. Aging floors. With the floors, obviously, with them popping up, back in the day, they used a mastic that had asbestos in it. So anything you do with the floors has to be abated. And of course, the abatement of the floor is probably 2/3 the cost of, 2 times more than the cost of actually putting in a new floor. So those are the concerns that, we're not hunting for floors to pull up. If they're staying and they're stable, it's great, but there are areas of the building which we're going to have to address.
So just to be clear about how, if this gets approved by 5 out of 7, then going forward, we would expect every year to have a line item added to the budget as far as what the school committee has proposed to put into it, if anything, for that year.
Correct.
So it'd really be part of our overall assessments. We either
Correct.
reject it or we've got, I know there's a mechanism to reject it, but basically here it is.
Right. Yeah, and the interesting is the capital improvement fund, that 250 is really the only thing that if you were to vote it down, the state would say, okay, that's fine. So if you were to go back to that slide for 6,133, one more, 2 more slides. Right there. The 6,133, if for some reason Southborough voted the budget down, that's the only savings you're going to see. Because everything else within the budget, we're right above minimum net school spending. We don't have any other fluff built into the budget. So that's the only savings you'd see if the budget were to fail at town meeting.
So the stabilization fund that you want to create is really I'm going to call it a capital maintenance stabilization fund. It's not designed to support operating expenses.
Correct.
Correct.
It's usually for projects that are $25,000 or more and that have a lifespan of 10 years or plus.
We have similar funds in this town. They have been generated successful.
There are some school districts within their regional agreement that they don't have a capital assessment. Even when we do our debt assessment, right? Some communities, and I get confused because I've been so many so far, but some communities will break them out and do the operational budget article as one, then the debt assessment is something separate. Some communities will merge them together. In other regional school districts, right in the regional agreement, they have a separate capital improvement fund mechanism that if their budget is 27 million, that they have a capital improvement of a 10% assessment. So above the 27 million, they're also getting a $2.7 million separate assessment just for capital.
We don't have that.
We don't have that.
But we actually are, the regional school committee is also proposing the same thing that you are this year on the ones we got, two of them.
Okay.
But approving this would allow us to do that.
No, not really. No, that one is would be the funding mechanism based on the regional agreement. There is no way that I would ever come before the communities and say, hey, I'm going to allocate a $2.7 million capital, for that particular year. This is something that actually happens every year as part of their budgeting process. And the way the regional agreement was approved, that's a standing figure that whatever the budget is, 10% of that budget is also going to be assessed to the towns just for capital. So they don't have the need to have a stabilization fund because of this. They have it created because obviously, but they have a mechanism to fund it every single year, regardless.
Without the stabilization account, but you could.
We have to, if the stabilization fund is not created, you have to spend this within the FY25 budget.
Correct.
Or every year that it's in.
And if you want to do a capital project, that would come to the town as a separate article.
If the stabilization fund is approved, and let's say the next 4 or 5 years, it gets up to, $1 million or $1.5 million. And let's say that the roadways are 1.3 million at that point in time. The school committee can then go ahead and approve to have that funding used out of the stabilization fund for that purpose. If there was a larger capital, say we wanted to expand the district, and it was much larger, it's not going to be, it won't be a couple million, I can guarantee that. That would be something that's totally separate.
Right.
But this is for more smaller, manageable type capital projects or equipment.
And I think what Al was alluding to, we have facilities maintenance articles that we carry over year to year, similar to this, but they have a dollar cap. So we have $100,000 in town that the facilities director can use if some things come up like the $25,000 thing.
Oh yeah, they have the way the budget line item works, but it's operational. We do have some facility rentals that will offset. We also had a question in all transparency about our community ed program that happens at night. That's a self-supporting program that we operate at night. But there are times in which we may, some of the costs of operation of some of these programs that we're operating from 7 in the morning till 10 at night, the nighttime program will offset some of the utility costs that have to do with that, or even some of the wear and tear on equipment.
Part of the need for this is we're a victim of our own success here, which is that as of this year, there are 0 out-of-district students in the freshman class, which means the school is working. It's attracting interested students from all 7 regions. So there's no room to fill these students from these other other towns that may be interested, which is where the additional funds always came from, and we rely on them. So we're a victim of our own success, and you'll see that more and more. I know you can hear about it in the news. The trades have become something more attractive throughout the years. The attitude toward trade schools has changed. And the attitudes slowly change within towns, depending on each town's different. When I was in high school, trade schools meant one thing. They do not mean the same thing anymore. And I think as many students have learned, this school is the school for them. When I go to Assabet, I see students who want to be there. I see students who enjoy being. When my son is told the bus will be late today, or you don't have school today, if it is his shop week, he will insist I have to drive him to school to get there in time. He will insist. Now, if it's an academic week, fine. I can be late. But I do not want to miss.
We
the
weighted them
shops.
both the same.
Right, yeah, so, exactly, so, and each shop is different. Some shops they're called soft shops. They're more, you could call health tech maybe a soft shop versus metalworking. But they're all trades. Nursing is a trade. We're talking about that today at work. Nursing is a trade. So this school, I've seen in the years I've been on the school committee, I've just seen the attitude toward it change, which is great because the school's always been there. And the school is a jewel in the state, and the school is a jewel in the country. I have friends who work in New York State in the school system, and they cannot believe what the students get from their regional technical schools. They are blown away. New York State uses a system called BOCES system. Their students have to be bused all the way to the BOCES location, which generally is at least a half an hour, 40 minutes, and they get a few hours of this, a few hours of that. With an Assabet Valley education, you come out with a full technical education and a full academic education, plus all of the other benefits of high schools. Sports, you bet. Clubs, yes. ROTC, it's all there. It's the most encompassing experience you can have in high school. But it's not for everyone, and we know that. Some kids are very comfortable with the more traditional model, but if a student wants to go there, they will put the effort in. And I know I'm talking about in-district students, but there are out-of-district students still within the school. There are students who live in Leicester who go to Assabet Valley every day, and that is a commitment. And they do it because they love the school. And so I think that's just important to understand that we have an amazing institution, right up the road, right up Route 85. I also wanted to thank Ernie for guiding us through a complicated negotiation with the teachers. And I'm proud to say we were not new. We were not in the newspapers. Our students were in school every day. Was it a difficult negotiation at times? Yes, that's what negotiations are. But Ernie guided us through that. We have the amount of experience we have on the school committee is amazing. Most of the members of the school committee, their grandchildren are already through the school system. So you have an amazing amount of knowledge of how Chapter 70 works. And then I think the important thing to also mention, as Ernie mentioned, is busing. Busing is not funded at 100%. That is, I think probably most people here realize that, but busing is a huge component of this, especially when you have students coming from 7 different districts. And also, there are not that many bus companies anymore. It's hard to get drivers, so it's hard to get the students from these sending towns to school sometimes. So there's a lot to juggle. Also, you don't have to look far. You look out there, or you can look out there and you can see Assabet Valley High School at work with students
so
coming
make
in.
sure we're clear about what you're talking about.
Yep.
So we have a project locally. We are expanding our senior center. It's almost done, and the facilities director makes a point of letting the select board know how great your kids are. I mean,
Excellent.
over and over. So he just thinks they're wonderful. So we get A+ from his reports all the time as far as the work with the students.
Excellent, yeah.
I've worked with Assabet kids at Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah.
And you do a good job. You've got a great program. Let me ask a couple more. So we passed the state cap. I'm going to call it capital state. Sure. Whatever we want to call it. What is your plan for what an assessment? How much money are you looking to put in this fund?
So I think the the committee, I think, had voted that they wanted to start with the 250,000. And that will probably remain for a number of years. They didn't talk about what length. I guess it depends. Obviously, one of the things, at least I've been mindful of in bringing a budget forth to our communities, is that we want to remain fiscally responsible because we have to be good neighbors as well, right? We understand we have all the school districts that are sharing the pot of money that's there or not there. So I think from my perspective as superintendent, you know, I'm not going to look to cause any community to go into any kind of hole because we're looking to fund a capital improvement thing. You know, it's a planning, you know, it's going to need some planning. It's going to need some more conversation with our committee further. It was just really to kind of get it started on this first go round.
These funds would be used for both, I'm gonna call it plant and equipment.
Yeah.
The phone system out of service.
Facilities and equipment, but basically,
So whether it's instructional equipment, a new lathe,
Phone
or a
system.
new phone system, or a new floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's can be used for any. It's not a, it's
Yeah,
not a
not-
targeted stabilization.
Right.
Straight.
yeah, not operational, not papers, pens, things of that nature. If you think of life safety, especially if you think of Aspet, right? We have technical programs. We try and be open to the public. We have a we have a restaurant, right? That you're all invited to come and enjoy Wednesday through Friday. And we have to be open to the public to a certain extent. And yet in that area, because it's a quiet setting similar to this, if there was anything that was happening, an intercom or sounds could be easily heard. But if you're in a full functioning advanced manufacturing program or a welding shop, we need to look at life safety systems where we potentially have some type of lighting system that will flash, similar to a fire alarm, but with colors based on codes, like if you had an active shooter in the building, right? Because if they tried to make an announcement and the welding shop is at full bore, you're not going to hear the intercom. There's going to be some visual aspects. So some of that technology, because usually it's not, you know, they don't think of it that way. It's not that type of use. That's some stuff that we're looking into to actually add in the future. So that would be another big ticket item, similar to the phone system, but more of a security camera system, that type of stuff.
So you're gonna
So we
use
got
this.
two more
you're gonna use
schools to
this-
go tonight. We're gonna have to.
Yeah.
wrap this one up pretty quick.
So you can use this when things wear out or you need new things that sort of, I'm gonna call this intermediate capital needs.
Mhm.
Bigger than a breadbasket, smaller than a car.
Would you consider a cap on the assessment that you could put through stabilization? Because not that you would, but technically what this could allow you to do is to put huge capital project through the stabilization as a budgetary, you know, operational budget item that wouldn't come to town meeting as a capital item. You could say the assessment is $25 million for an addition instead of 250,000. It will go into the operational budget and be packaged up just like a regular budget.
I don't, I believe if you were to look at the law and you look at the guidance, it wouldn't allow that to happen. So it's, you're only gonna be able to do a project based on the funds that are in that account. Not what you're putting in, like say in
but you
2
could-
years,
but
we
you
come
can
to
do it
you
in
and we
2
say, hey, we've got this, we've added 4 million to the capital improvement fund.
Mhm.
Right, that's what you're getting
Yeah.
at. They wouldn't allow you to do it because the project literally, we wouldn't do it. As long as I'm sitting here, I wouldn't.
You can't spend more than what you have in the account.
Right.
But I'm saying
I wouldn't-
you could pre-fund the account
Right.
for
but
a
that would-
project that may have to come later as a capital project or something.
But the beauty of it, like I said earlier, is that whatever your portion of that capital improvement, if it's all of a sudden at 4 million, you vote that no, you're not, that's not getting funded.
Correct.
The regular operational budget was you funded, but that portion would not.
So be
So,
$100 million, you wouldn't have to prove it.
right.
Right, but
Wait a minute,
But-
wait a
but
minute. If the stabilization is approved, then there's nothing to prevent what Andrew's worried about, which is a big number going into it.
But
for a
that-
year,
Yeah.
But that operational number though going in would be under the capital improvement fund line item, like I showed you in the regular budget.
Okay,
That's the only piece within all of those items that are subject to the community saying, we don't want to pay that 250. Everything
Okay.
else,
so as part of the operational budget, that capital improvement line is,
kind of above and beyond the minimum.
okay,
assessment
So you
requirement.
see, the rest of it is mandated by the state, whatever,
Yeah.
local minimum
Yeah.
contribution. But still, you're gonna come to us with one number, where the capital improvement number that's
Yeah.
going to stabilization is built into it. So it seems to me you'd have to, well, I guess you
I
could,
guess it would be two articles, right? The operational budget and then the 250.
I think so, I think it's all one, like.
No,
it
it
says
would-
here.
it would be in one like this.
Well, then we're back to where we were before.
Yeah, so, and then, so what does town meeting do? They just say,
Reject it, and then we go to the,
we've got the agreement that says this is how you resolve it if you say no, which you don't want to get into. That's
which
not
the
what you
operational
want
one is hard.
We
to
would
do.
basically then just send you an assessment for $6,000 less than what the assessment. Which is what's on that, in this scenario this year, FY 25.
Yeah, because all the rest is the same goes.
to do. Anything that's again. Okay, before we get to Mr. Butler, is anybody else on advisory or select board have any more questions before we do, John, and then we're gonna have to move
I do have
on?
one more. One of the experiences we had when we set up this fund was people were reluctant to spend it. They tried to hoard the money. And then still operate in the old way. Yeah. So my advice to you is if you set up a fund, spend the money. I don't say that very often. And don't come back asking for things for small things when, we've set this money up. Yeah. Set it up and expect, will be funded. But I think the idea that we should put a maximum amount in that account, and I don't think it should be 250. I think it should be closer to $1 million. It would be wise.
I don't see how that works with the other six, so we gotta work this out as far as how, if we change ours, what do the other six do?
Well, it just has to be in the language.
All right, so that's one thing to determine. Anybody else have a question before we get Mr. Butler's question?
No.
Or comment? Okay, John, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I just, two things. One is that there's an answer to Mr. Pfaff's question, which is that there is a statutory limit placed on stabilization fund maximums, and I believe it's expressed as a percentage of the operating budget. I don't recall, hadn't prepared, and I don't recall offhand what the percentage is, but for example, it would not be possible, because of that cap at the statutory level, it wouldn't be possible to have driven their entire capital project of $60 million through the stabilization fund by burying it in the operating budget. That would have been impossible per the terms of the statute that allows regions to have stabilization funds, and I just don't remember what the number is, but it's higher than you might like it to be, but it would not allow these kinds of very large numbers to be driven through it. And I don't know whether anyone who's at attendance there knows what the number is, but there is a number, and it's something, as I recall, something like 10% of the operating budget. The
5%.
We're getting a handheld.
5%. Okay, 5.
You should know what she's talking about.
The other thing I would just say is that, as you know, I've spoken with Southborough people for a long time about stabilization funds and the amounts in them. As a matter of sort of fiscal analysis, they don't make sense. You don't want a lot of inventories around of cash in various places. However, to reassure you perhaps on this subject, I think to be intellectually consistent, one wouldn't entirely, if that were the be all end all, one wouldn't want to support this. But on the other hand, we're so small in this, and that I just think that if the other communities want it, this one is not worth our making a big deal out of. That's my personal view, even though I think to be consistent about, stabilization funds and their virtue, they have fiscal analysis problems of them, basically because the cost of capital of the municipality is lower than the people you're taking from. You should ask for money when you need it. However, I think in this case, an exception should be made, and we just do it.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that from you, but thank you very much.
We have informers here.
We keep your white paper alive, John,
Only-
don't worry,
only on
it's
this
alive and well. Okay, so thank you. Arnie, thank
The only
you.
thing I will just say is this is the school profile, breakdown of your students currently at this time, breakdown of the shops that they're in. You can see the graduates that are listed on the bottom, when they went to work or into college. 4 directly went to work, 2 in the military, and then the other 2 went to a 4-year private or public college.
Oh, great. So
All right.
good news all around.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the good support. So, good night.
Thanks for your hard work on this.
Thanks. Thank you. See you Friday.
Right here.
Seven thirty-three. Okay. The next item on our agenda is a joint committee, with the school committee and the superintendent, Martinville. So is there a forum in the school committee?
Yes, we do.
Okay, have you called your meeting to order?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brett.
Sure. So good evening and thank you for inviting us to present the FY25 pre-K to 8 Southborough budget. I did share with the select board and advisory the FY25 budget book. Hopefully you were able to open that budget book, but if not, we can send a PDF copy tomorrow. The budget book outlines many details of the budget. And this evening we'd be happy to answer any questions after a brief presentation. So in terms of the budget process, this is not new information to those of you who heard the budget presentation in the past years. We are a mission and vision organization. We are a learning organization and really focus our budget work on thinking about how do we accomplish our mission, which is to educate, inspire, and challenge all students. And think about our vision, which is really to create students who will leave the next grade level or the next school, eventually the high school for college and career, who are collaborators, critical and creative thinkers, communicators, socially and civically engaged, growth-oriented, and healthy and balanced. So that is our vision. As you know, the budget is a process, so it's a 6-month process getting to this point this evening. This takes a lot of collaboration from faculty and staff, the leadership team, principals, the school committee, and it's hard to believe it is February. And it's hard to believe next month is the town meeting, so things are moving quickly. In terms of the process to create the budget, the school committee is engaged in a workshop where they create budget priorities. These budget priorities really help us as a leadership team to think about what we want to accomplish in terms of the upcoming budget. And those include really thinking about evidence-based instructional practice, providing all students access to challenging and culturally responsive learning, prioritizing social, emotional, and physical well-being of all students, maintaining and improving sustainable, efficient, safe, attractive, and well-maintained schools. And I won't go through all of them, but I think it's really important to note that we really think about how we can impact the student experience through this budget process. How can we improve the tools and resources teachers have, and how can we improve the experience students are experiencing in the classroom? So in terms of the FY25 budget impacts, we are seeing several factors that are impacting FY25 budget. We are still seeing an impact on inflation of supplies and material costs. We are also seeing budget impact on textbooks and instructional software. The licensing model for textbooks instructional software is really changing. Instead of purchasing a set of textbooks and using those for 5 to 7 years, now it is an annual licensing model. We are seeing increased annual costs in that line account. We are also seeing increased costs in special education transportation. The transportation market right now is very volatile. And this is a significant budget driver in FY25 for both the pre-K to 8 budget as well as the 9 to 12 budget. Special education out of district tuition, not a new topic. We are required and have an obligation to make sure that all students are educated in the least restrictive environment. For some students, that means having an outside placement. So we are seeing an increased cost in district tuition. And then ESSER phase out. So the elementary and secondary emergency relief fund we've been using, which is similar to the town's ARPA, to really offset some of the extraordinary costs as a result of the pandemic. We have to expend our ESSER funds by June of 2024. We tried our best not to create structural deficits in our budgets, but we are having to put back about $106,000 onto the FY25 budget that we used ARPA funds to cover in FY24. So we use ARPA funding for staff and student devices, curriculum materials, science curriculum, screening tools. And the ARPA total again will be $166,751. Again, that's about a 0.5% of the budget increase of the overall budget. So where we are this evening, the school committee last evening did approve a recommended budget. The budget before you this evening for the pre-K through 8 is $24,258,964, which represents a 5.18% increase over fiscal year 24. I'll let you catch up. Next. Ish, I think. So as part of the budget process, the leadership team and the school committee really thinks about new positions to add to enhance the student experience through programming. This slide really talks about proposed positions. What's highlighted in green is the position that made it into FY25 budget. The other rows, the math specialists, expanding fine performing arts, and adding health educators are not included in the FY25 budget. Next slide. These were an additional positions that were asked by the leadership team. In the budget is included is a 0.2 adaptive physical education teacher. So across the North Row district, the regional and South Row, we have 0.8 adaptive PE teacher. We are increasing that position to a 1.0. The 0.06 is South Row's portion of the 0.2 increase. You can see other positions that were asked for, but again, not included in the overall budget. Next slide. Significant budget offsets. So each year we look to offset the budget. So FY24 circuit breaker special education tuition reimbursement, special education tuition reimbursement offset for transportation, potential retirements and leave of absences, and then an offset from an IDEA special education grant. So the offsets in the FY25 budget total a little over $1.6 million. So again, the FY25 recommended budget is $24,258,964, which is a budget increase of $1,194,546, which is a 5.18% increase over fiscal year 22. So what is included in this budget? So a lot of those licenses, those renewal fees, continue providing our students and our teachers with the curriculum resources and materials. So Wisdom digital licenses, Envision ST math licenses, Second Step curriculum, and then student staff devices. One new curriculum that we'll be implementing in fiscal year 25 is the middle school ELA curriculum. This past year, pre-K through 5, we did adopt the new ELA curriculum to align with the science of reading. And this allows us to align fully pre-K through 8 in this budget. Also included in this budget is the additional world language teacher. So the school committee and the district have a 3-year plan to implement a world language program at the elementary level. Last year, we hired a world language teacher to teach Spanish at Finn Elementary School. This budget includes a position to continue that progression and adds a world language teacher to Woodward Elementary. So we'll teach students world language at elementary level at Finn and Woodward, and the 3rd year will be at world language teacher at Mary. It also includes funding for HRIS system. So across our 3 districts, we have over 850 employees. The HRIS system will allow us to be much more efficient with managing our human resources, workflows, paperwork that comes with managing a mid-sized organization. And then again, I spoke to 0.06 adaptive physical education teacher, which is our first portion of that budget. So there are some reductions in this FY25 budget. So I would characterize this budget as challenging with the 2 budget drivers of special education, transportation, and out-of-district tuition. Of the 5.18% increase, approximately 2.5% of that is as a result of increases to those 2 line items, which did result in us looking at positions. And this budget does reduce 2.4 FTEs from compared to FY24.
Is that through attrition or?
No, it's so one of the things we do in the budget process is to really think about what resources we have and how can we best use those resources to positions and people. So this is a shifting of resources to make sure that we're meeting the needs of students. But these are 2.4 positions that we're reducing because of budget, not through attrition.
So they're not retirements.
They're not retirements. So also utilization of FY25 circuit breaker funds. So we have projected out 2 to 3 years on special education circuit breaker and our students' needs. And we feel like we can apply a portion of FY25 circuit breaker to offset the FY25 budget. We are utilizing utilization of the IDEA special education grant. And then I think in terms of impact of reductions, enrollment numbers are always subject to change, specifically at the kindergarten level. So right now, we are projecting number for enrollment at the K level, but that is most volatile. We have in the past had to add a position as a result of unexpected kindergarten enrollments in the months of July and August. Just a historical budget comparison. So I think that the budget requests from the pre-K through 8 district have been, I think, very modest over the past 9 years. If you compare it to inflation, you'll see that at FY21 and FY22, the appropriated budgets were much lower than actual inflation rates. And I think what we're experiencing right now is kind of a tailwind of those inflation rates on our overall budget impact. And again, if you look at the 5.18% increase and look at the budget drivers of special education, transportation, and out-of-district tuition, the budget would be about a little less than 3% at this point in time. And I will stop and happy to answer any questions and email.
I don't have any questions other than just a kind of a comment. I was impressed by how even to keep it at 5% year-over-year increase we have, you know, there with one of the slide shows really worthy new programs and positions, which we would like to do, but decided not to do.
So can we talk about the River Bobby Camp program and what used to be called SEDP. I'm not sure what you guys call it exactly now.
Yes,
But it's still called that. Okay, so your rent revolving account, put aside SEDP for a moment, has shrunk because you don't have SEDP rent going into it, right? So Advisory Night is going to take up a reserve fund request for the first time that I can ever remember coming out of school budget. Explain what you're doing, how you are operating SVP, where are the fees going? How are you actually operating the program? Is there a profit coming out of that now that you're going to be able to use at some point?
So it is held in a separate account. And Becky probably is the best person, but we are seeing revenues exceed expenses. And we do use central office staff to help administer the program. We use human resources, we use the finance department, we use the portion of the assistant superintendent's salary, we use custodial staff, and we charge back that amount of money to the SEDP program to offset those costs.
So you're pulling that out, right? And
that offsets the actual operational budget expenses of those people.
do you know roughly what that pullout is?
Off the top of my head, I don't have that exact number. I can tell you that as of January 31st, we did have about $180,000 in that account. And that was over and above any of our expenses for this current fiscal year. That is about 3 months worth of expenses. And that's really the cushion that we're trying to keep in that account. So it has been able to really sustain itself while we're also, as Greg mentioned, been able to utilize some of the funds to offset some of the costs. We also have looked at our utilities and we have applied some of those as well. I want to say it's probably between 50 and 60 that we have offset on the operational budget.
So I don't want to belabor this, I mean, you're talking about $25 million revenue, it's peanuts, but are you saying that the only thing you're pulling out right now is what you believe the indirect costs are that the school is incurring? But you could be able to pull out more at some point?
So the funds collected for SEDP would have to go back to the SEDP program. So we'd have to think about how to best do that. So for example, if they use the cafeteria and the cafeteria needed floor, we could use SEDP funding to offset that improvement, for example.
So it needs to stay within that. Okay, so what I'm really getting to is you don't have a reserve fund, you've got a rent revolving fund, you don't have reserve fund at the town has, right? So are you concerned that since the rent going into it is quite different than what it was when SVP rent went in, that you may end up with another, it may be more common to have to come to the town for a reserve fund transfer like you have for the Ben issue, or are you not?
So the
Let's see
other
if we can
areas
answer the
too,
same
I
way.
know.
Well,
I was
it's
just gonna talk
only
about that
$80,000 in the whole
account.
town. We never really worried about the schools needing a piece of it. So that's what I'm trying to get to is reserve
So
fund.
I can speak to that, and obviously. But that revolving account that we've added, we've taken in rental from an SEDP and also rental of central office space. The funds that have been used for capital projects. So the Woodward driveway reconfiguration that was funded out of that revolving account. The pin pavement project was funded as an example out of that account. The Trotter paving project was funded out of that account. Whenever there's an unexpected extraordinary repair, for example, we had an issue with our electrical system. That was the fund that we used to offset that expense. So it's really capital projects that we're funding through that account. Without that account, we'll be bringing more capital projects that typically would be funded through that mechanism.
So that's what we should expect to see as far as it's okay. That's it.
So, it always baffled me why the schools did not apply to the advisory committee for reserve fund transfers for unexpected expenses, because that money is there for all of the town, and as you know, are a big piece of the town. And I think we ought to have one reserve fund, not multiple reserve funds. the amount we place in the reserve fund is inadequate to support your unexpected needs. Now, that's unexpected, that's different from capital maintenance. Capital maintenance fund, but certainly, things that are unexpected, you know, that money is there to support you as well as it is to support the DPW and the fire and youth events.
We want to stick to the budget first,
Yeah.
before we get into the articles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring it back.
So you thought I was trying to talk about the change to the article as far as the rent? I just want to make sure that the 180 is really enough, given what they made for, that's where I was really trying to go with this.
Well, just to stick to the budget first. Yeah. Sam, Marguerite, do you have any questions for?
I've followed the school committee discussions about the budget, and it's been a tough slog here to get from where you started to where you got here. So I think I understand what's going on. I appreciate the hard work on that. It would be wonderful to have a lower percentage increase, but I don't see much place where you can push under, push frankly. So I think it's been a good job. I understand it pretty well. I think
I think for me, I echo Sam's sentiment. You know, I saw where you guys started it and where you ended up, and I think it was, you know, kudos to all that. The only question I had was on the HRIS platform. Is that something that you're also sharing with the town?
So yes, so that is 30% of the overall cost of the HRIS. So it's 40% North Road, 30% region, 30% South Road.
But not just schools, like
No, it's just for the school.
just for the schools.
Yeah. It's a shared expense between the two other districts.
I think that probably goes back to the select board at some point in time, remark that maybe it's a tool or a system that maybe the town should look at as well. I think we could use an HRIS platform.
I have a question on the teachers. The world language teachers, is that core curriculum for all the students at Mary, Woodward, and Finn?
So right now, so our plan is that the FLUS program, the world language at elementary level, it's a minimum of 2 times per week. It's currently 2 times a half hour a week. Our goal is to have it 3 times a week. So all of our elementary students, K1, will have it a minimum of 2 times, and then Woodward next year will have it 2 times a week.
So
That'll be all
grades.
students.
Okay. I was just asking the question in terms of, is there potential for shared resource? I'm sure the school committee hashed all this out, but that's the first thing, like if they're not teaching all students every day, do we need 3? One
Yeah,
for each
so
school?
So in order to teach any special subject area, so whether it's world language, physical education, or PE, we need a full-time educator in each
At
building
that site.
because they're all, we have all of the sections of first grade and kindergarten in one building, second and third in one building, fourth and fifth in one building.
Thank you.
Was returning from COVID put any particular strain on your resources? On your budget?
I mean, I think that we're still feeling the impact of the pandemic. I think we're very fortunate as a community that, you know, during the pandemic, students had engaged, committed parents who continued their education at home, whether they liked it or not. So we did, I think we were very fortunate when students returned pre-COVID. We did see recovery that was needed, but most of our students have made that recovery from learning loss. I think just overall supply chains, the labor market, it's been very challenging in certain sectors, food services, transportation, and ESPs, our educational support professionals. People are not applying for those positions. So we are struggling in those 3 areas to find the right people. Where we used to receive 30 applications or 50 applications for an ESP position, we're lucky if we get 1 or 2.
New landscape.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that, I think that takes care of the discussion of the budget, right? So then, we also wanted to hear from school committee and you regarding, our warrant articles 21, 22, and 23. And those are accepting, the site with me, but, MGL chapter 40, section 3 for Southborough Schools Rental Fund. That's 21. 23 is Southborough Schools Special Ed Stabilization Fund. And then 22 is regional school committee capital stabilization fund. I don't know whether you want to speak to that and then the school committee, or here the school committee first.
So we can talk about the first.
Okay.
Becky, do you want to about that?
School rental.
Yes.
Yes, so I think that's part of the work that we've been doing where we're trying to clean up some of the language. A few years ago, the town had voted to accept this language, but it was specific to the Neary School and it was specific for the funds that were received as part of the rental that comes from Northborough and the region for the central office space. So this will actually expand that account, which will allow us to accept rent at all 4 of the schools and to expend it at all 4 of the schools. So that is the language that we are proposing for this board.
Okay. And then the special ed stabilization fund.
Yes, it can go back one forward. So the special education stabilization, one more please. So regional school districts are allowed to create stabilization funds for capital and transportation. Non-regional schools can only create stabilization fund for special education. So one of the challenges that we face in many districts face is the volatility in special education costs, which makes it really difficult to be proactive in budgeting. So if you think about the FY25 recommended budget, that's a 5.18%, largely in part because of increased special education costs to the no fault of anyone. What we are looking to do is to create an education stabilization fund, special education stabilization fund that would allow us to moderate special education costs over a period of time. Next slide. We'll come back to this. If you look at from FY16 to FY25 recommended, you'll see the first row is regular education increases over that period of time. Special education increases is the row below. The average increase is 2.36% over that period of time for regular ed. It's 4.21% for special education. So almost 2% greater than regular ed costs. And then if you look at each of the columns for appropriated, from 16 to 17, you see a huge swing. From 18 to 19, it's a significant swing. From 20 to 21, so you see these peaks. So if you go to the next slide, this is what it looks like from a graphic representation. The pink is special education, and we are impacted by those significant fluctuations from year to year, which would make it very difficult to think proactively in long term. So when we think about our budgets, we think about what do we hope to accomplish in 5 years with adding positions with programs. It's been really challenging to do that with the volatility in special education. Special education stabilization fund would allow us to really think about a strategy to fund that account and moderate those peak years over time, which I think would allow us to budget in a more proactive way.
You wouldn't have to, when you have that slide showing, longer term priorities, you wouldn't have a cycle where just because you had a spike in special ed one year, you decided not to do it really just for that reason.
So for example, there were positions that we have not added that were very important. We have a 5.18% budget increase, and again, 2.5% of that is from special education costs that are involved. So we might be bringing forth a 4.4% budget increase that includes adding positions and programs, not reducing staff.
So I can remember, just because I've done bars for so many years, every year, they kind of held your breath as far as I'm so totally get what you're trying to even out here. But can you explain how you're going to do it? So you're not trying to fund it this year, you're just trying to set it up this year with the article. What will be the mechanism going forward to actually fund it?
So again, this is just to create it. We are still having conversations around the strategy. But the strategy is really to try to fund it at a certain percent consistently over time. So that again, that consistent funding percent increase will help moderate the peak years.
Would that be an amount that the school committee would vote on and be on the warrant each year?
It would be part of the operational budget.
Yeah.
Part of the operational budget.
So we are still, the school committee and finance department working on strategy. We have some ideas, but we need to do some more math and run some numbers.
And it's subject to the same statutory limit, minimum 5% of the operating budget.
2%.
2%.
If you go back,
So it's 5 Becky regional and 2 for local.
This, yes.
Yeah.
so it's a separate line item in the annual budget. To appropriate monies, the balance cannot exceed 2% of annual net school spending. So, for example, in FY24 would be $508,803, and funds need to be expended only after majority vote of both the school committee and the select board.
Could you go back to that earlier slide?
Hold. Okay, so say that again. So you can go up to 2%, be part of the operating budget, right? That you'll come up with every year. Money goes in, but to spend it, you've got to have a vote of the majority of the school committee and the select board to actually spend it.
Correct.
Including spending it to leave it to even out the budget for the year.
And I think the important thing is that 558 is less than the increase year over year for the.
Yeah.
So it helps, but
Moderates.
yeah, I have less of the concern of big, huge dollar amount that you can charge.
Just go back to that previous slide, because I know the one that showed the regular versus
It's the last.
that. I hate to say this, but I find the slide to be extremely misleading. Because we're talking about, we're using percentages when in fact the dollar amounts are an order of magnitude different. So I think you should be showing this in terms of dollars rather than percentages. You know, special ed budget was $1 and the regular education was $1 million, you know, and you double the special ed to still 100% increase. This is a little misleading.
It's about a third.
But you know, I understand. I
So it's not-
understand
yeah,
it's not a
too
trivial
bad.
sum of money, but I find it to be a little misleading.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like the increase this year was 600,000.
Yeah, I believe that. I know special ed is not cheap. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm not saying, I just,
We don't have a choice.
well, you know,
But
that's,
the concept remains intact.
yes.
Okay, so can we just stick on the case for a second to make sure I've got this? Okay, so you do your normal budget process, school committee votes. And so you're gonna have one vote first to say, this is how much we want to take in a stabilization year to put into the budget, right, to tamp it down. And then you've got to quickly come to select board, make sure we agree, right? Then you go back to your normal budget process to finish up the budget. That's how this will happen.
So it would be part of the operational budget that we be moving forward for approval from the school committee and eventually a town meeting.
It would be like an approval of the E&D.
And
Yeah, but we got to get that select board vote first, to make, you want that to make sure that's a yes, right? You got the majority there, and then you go on and try to finish up the budget.
So let's say we fund the stabilization fund in the FY25 operational budget, which we're not proposing, at $250,000. So we, through the operational budget, appropriated amount, we fund that account, 250,000, stabilization fund, 250,000. Let's say we get to January, or whenever we expend the money, we have 2/3 vote of the school committee at that time, and or majority of the school committee and the majority of the select board to use that fund.
Would that make your budget subject to 2/3 vote at town meeting?
No.
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 I think that's too cumbersome. Step.
No, I'm just trying to get it straight in my head what we do. Okay, so you can talk about, let's not get bogged down with that as far as.
Marguerite, do you have any questions?
No, I'm not a huge stabilization, but I think this is one where there is certainly a ceiling in terms of the amount that you can take out. It seems like it's something that we're going to put in and take out pretty frequently, which is kind of Al's concern about just putting stuff in stabilization and not taking it out. Similar to like we talked about the free cash, where we have a policy that says if it's over this increased percent or something, then you take some money out or whatever you guys would decide, but not a bad idea.
That I don't think we have talked about the regional.
You can go to the regional budget.
You want to do that one after the regional budget?
Just to be clear, Mr. Butler's hand's not up on this one.
Correct.
Do you want to do reserve fund real quick, since we're on schools still, or do you want to do it after? Do the full budget?
Andrew, I'm happy to. So that, that would then really take care of the need of the other, the request for a warrant article about this, right?
Correct, that would take care of those two.
And is the number, is it 75 or is it?
87.9?
Yeah.
Number, right? Yeah. So I'll turn it over to you guys to talk about the reserve fund transfer request.
Yeah, so as most of you are aware, we experienced a significant mold issue at Finn at the start of the school year. Our first priority was to make sure that students, faculty, and staff were safe, which required us to move rather quickly in terms of mold mitigation. We hired an outside consultant to kind of navigate how to process the mitigation efforts, and that came at a price in terms of the recommendations for mitigation. It included cleaning, included inspecting, thinking about our overall, we had to rent air scrubbers. It came at a significant cost that was unexpected and not included in our overall appropriated money. So that total was $112,971. We did, in partnership with the town, did submit an insurance claim. And we received $25,000 in insurance funds to cover a portion of that. And the other request is to use the town's reserve fund in the amount of $87,971.39 to cover the cost of the remaining.
I think that's a little bit different than your memo. So what's the exact number you need?
It's 87,970.01.
That's it. Okay. Go ahead. All right. So this is the first time you guys come, at least in my tenure. And Greg and I talked a little bit about this before at our meeting. I thought the advisory had a policy that we wouldn't really entertain reserve fund transfers. I do not personally like reserve fund transfers after the cost has been incurred. Apparently, we don't actually have a real policy, something that we are going to now draft with the help of the state when they do our financial policy review. That being said, it's hard for you to follow a policy that we haven't sent you a policy. And I'm fully in support of mitigating both. So I think after that, and kind of now that you understand how it works and the mechanism of it, and once we have the policy out. So right now, advisory, we have about 180,000 in our reserve fund. We did already vote earlier this year to earmark about 35,000 for the SCBA match for the fire department, which we got in. That's actually going to be a little bit less, about 31,000. I think there's a few, as we've seen, a few other pending fire ones that haven't come up yet, but that's about I think around 20 or 25. So we still certainly have enough money to absorb this roughly $88,000 reserve fund transfer request. But it is completely within our discretion to approve it or not approve it. So anybody else have any other questions? No. Again, and that's a Tim's still on, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve a reserve fund transfer to the schools in the amount of $87,970.01? So moved. Second.
Second.
All right.
Bring Tim over.
Yeah, is he still attendee or is he a participant?
Attendee.
He has
Promoted?
permission to talk.
Okay, okay. Roll call vote. Tim?
Aye.
Larry?
Aye.
Marcy?
Aye.
Andrew is that? I think I have to actually sign a form and Carla will move the money in your account. Okay, and then now we can do regional.
Yes. So I will spare you we share the same strategic plan, so I will spare you the spiel at the beginning.
Thank you.
But I'll kind of review the budget priorities of the regional school committee. I think it's important to talk about, again, what are the drivers in this recommended budget. So the regional school committee really centered on prioritizing social, emotional, physical well-being of students and staff, maintaining and recruiting high quality staff, instructional programming and instructional resources, including technology, and really ensuring that we achieve class size according to school committee policy, preparing students for college and career readiness, and create and fund a short and long-term capital plan for the high school. And lastly, fund the initiatives of the school improvement plan and the Vision 2026 strategic plan. In terms of budget drivers for the regional district and budget impacts, similar to the pre-K through 8 district, special education transportation was a budget driver. We thought that general education transportation was going to be a budget driver. We are currently in for the 4th year of a contract with our bus contractor NRT, with the option to extend it one more year for a 5th year. We did have conversations with other transportation providers, and we are seeing they showed that they are seeing increases of 45% to transportation costs. So ours was a fixed cost, and that was I believe a 2%, which was about an 8%, $8,000 increase over fiscal year 24. So based on that, the school committee, I believe, will accept the recommendation to continue with the 5th year. Supplies, materials, insurance costs. So we are seeing significant health insurance costs in the FY25 revised preliminary to the school committee is at a 10%. And then similar to pre-K through 8, we are seeing an impact of ESSER phase out. ESSER funds that we use total $142,135. Again, we try not to create structural deficits with the funding. We use it for student staff devices, tutoring for learning loss, and as a result of the pandemic for some students, and then translations. Slide. So where we are this evening, the school committee will be meeting on February 28th to vote a recommended budget. The revised preliminary budget presented to the committee was $27,871,426, which represents a 4.82% increase over fiscal year 24. Again, similar to the pre-K through 8 budget, the leadership team and the school committee talked about what types of programs and positions would be nice to add in FY25 budget. We had a lot of conversations around how we can enhance the overall experience. What you see in this table is the green, which is included in the FY25 budget. So the 0.2 adaptive PE teacher. That's the regional portion. Due to special education needs, we are adding a education support professional. And then similarly, due to student needs, a speech and language pathologist. Next slide. So budget offsets. So circuit breaker tuition reimbursement, circuit breaker transportation reimbursement, and then using FY25 circuit breaker tuition reimbursement. Again, we've done projections of special education out of district, and we do have students who are aging out, so we feel comfortable using a small portion of FY25 circuit breaker.
You normally wouldn't do that? Is that what you're trying to say? You would just, you wouldn't use it at all?
Correct. Instructional materials. So included in this budget are materials, are textbook money to purchase textbooks, student and staff devices, and then software. So that is in addition to this budget, totaling $87,918. Next slide. This just shows kind of the progression of significant budget increases from the preliminary to the revised preliminary. It just shows fine tuning line items to get to the 4.2% budget. And again, we do have a recommended budget that we'll be presenting to the school committee on February 20th. Next slide. Budget reductions. So again, from the preliminary to the revised preliminary, it just shows reductions to line items, staff reductions due to enrollment, special education adjustments, transportation, insurance. So as we move through the budget process, we have better data and we're able to fine tune the budget projections.
Why the insurance go down?
We actually took a look at when I had originally budgeted, I did a flat 10% across the board for all of our insurance, but really looking at especially our health insurance and what our actual enrollments are and using those figures, we were able to come up with a better figure.
There wasn't a result of some insurance cutting costs. That's the difference. Thanks.
Next slide. So again, the FY25 budget for the region, the revised preliminary is at $27,871,426, which is a 4.82% increase over fiscal year 24. Next slide. Again, similar to the comparison to the pre-K-8 budget, this is the regional budget from FY20 to FY24 in comparison to inflation. And again, similar to the pre-K-8 budget, I think that there have been modest increases over the past 5 years. Next slide. In terms of how the budget is apportioned, so the total budget, and then we look at Chapter 78. So we do have that number from the governor's budget. We are hoping that number increases with final budget. But we do have the governor's budget. We have regional transportation aid. So we heard from the high school superintendent. This number is supposed to be 100% of regional transportation costs, but it's not. So this is what the governor's budget has apportioned for regional transportation. We have revenues. So the total of that is the 4.2 million. That gets subtracted from the aggregate budget, and then we have the remaining amount where we subtract the minimum local contribution. So Northboro's minimum local contribution and Southboro's, and what remains is FY25 budget after required contributions, and that is apportioned by the regional agreement. Slide. So Northborough's portion is 61.54%, and that is based on October 1 enrollments. Southborough's portion is 38.46%. So we apportion the $10 million by the enrollment percentage. We also include the MLC. So Southborough's portion is a little over $9 million. Compared to FY 24 assessments, the difference from FY 25 to FY 24 is $614,028. And the percent increase to the Southborough assessment is 7.22%. The school committee we're recommending to the school committee in the recommended budget of using $675,000 of E&D to reduce the assessments to each of the communities. With the application of E&D, Southborough's apportionment is a 4.33% increase over fiscal year 20. This year also, we are moving forward funding for non-exempt capital projects or assessments. Algonquin Regional High School is over 350,000 square feet. It is one of the largest assets of both communities, Northborough and Southborough. It's hard to believe that the renovation took place over 20 plus years ago. So it is needing more maintenance and repair over time. What the school committee looked at was its capital plan for the next 5 years and what the expense over the next 5 years would be, and divided that expense and tried to apportion that expense equally over the next 5 years, which is about $400,000 to actually accomplish what is set out in the regional capital plan. So the $391,000 for fiscal year 25 would be apportioned by enrollment percentage, and Southborough's portion would be $140,923, or a 1.5% increase. In that funding, next slide. The funding would go to a redundant domestic hot water boiler, number one blower motor. Not very exciting. Glycol, the heating loop, lighting controls, and then we have a failed RTU that provides heating and cooling above the guidance thing. So that funding would prepare those items that are listed in the FY 25 column of the capital plan. That's it. And I'll just share that we are very fortunate, pre-K through 8 and 9 through 12 or age 22 to have excellent educational systems. We have amazing teachers. We have supportive parents, supportive communities. And I think that students leave our schools, whether it's leaving Finn to go to Woodward to Neary to Trotter, or Trotter to the high school, students who are well prepared for college and career. I think although we don't lean on external metrics, I think it is one measure of how we're performing as a system. Boston Magazine ranked Algonquin Regional High School 18. Top high schools at 150 in the greater Boston area. And then nationally, US and World News ranked Algonquin 787 nationally as top high schools. We were number 31 in the state. We were number 2 in the Worcester region. And nationally, we were 111 in terms of being a STEM high school, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So again, I think we don't lean on those. I think it's just symbolic of kind of the success that we're seeing for our high school students.
I thought I saw Woodward ranked very high.
Woodward was ranked, and I tell Steve it's hard when you're number 1 because there's not a lot of places you can go. But Woodward was ranked number 1 in Massachusetts in terms of elementary schools.
Only downside there.
Well, I told him to enjoy this year.
Okay, questions on the regional budget?
So, just to make sure, everybody understands, if you've got the rev cap in front of you, if you have to add together line 66 and 67 to get to the total here. So, 66 includes the 148 capital, and then we separately put the exempt debt, which includes the old debt from building the high school and the new piece from the athletic facilities, the temporary bonded ones. So those two numbers have to be together to tie out to what they've got there. I actually don't have much question other than I'm going to go back to the 5% as far as the that goes, but we never, we hear all this, and you're here tonight. I know how much time you're spending on all the stuff you're doing. So I just want to recognize how much time the two of you are spending with everything that's going on around you at this point, including the Neary Building Committee. You guys are, as you know, integral to what's going on, and I know it's hours and hours and hours, and I don't know how you get it all done in a day. So I thank you for.
It's a lifestyle. The job is a lifestyle.
So I know you're
Do you remember where Greg spoke at town meeting once, people have to identify like their name with their address, and you said, I'm Greg Martin, here are my addresses, and he gave his address.
And it's not just me, it's a team.
And he delivered a typical kind of like deadpan style.
So the population between two towns switched a little bit in our favor, it looks like. So the capital stabilization for regionals proposed. So Becky, is the math that $27 million budget times 5%, so call it $1,350,000?
So the stabilization funds are set up a little differently, where in any fiscal year, it may not exceed 5% of the aggregate amount assessed to the member towns for the preceding year. So that we could not assess any more than that to you in a given fiscal year. And then the balance cannot exceed 5% of the combined equalized valuations of the member municipalities.
I don't think we got to worry about that one.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
That
money.
means a lot, yeah.
But so 9 million times 5 is 450. So that's what would be our. So same question. What is the plan? So you're going to get it. You're asking to have each town approve it this time. So you got it set up. And what is your plan to actually fund it?
So one of the strategies is really looking at, what has been the regional school systems access and deficiency average over a period of time that we've been able to apply. So right now, the only mechanism we have is to apply any fiscally responsible budgeting, but we have ED at the end of the year. Right now, we can only apply it to E&D. So our thinking is to look at that average, have a reasonable amount that would go into the capital stabilization fund, because we're pretty confident that our E&D stabilization fund has been funded at a certain amount as a result of budgeting over the years.
So you're going to move it from E&D over to capital stabilization.
So for example, let's say that the average E&D amount annually has been $250,000. Basically, in the recommended budget, we'd say there's a line item. We're going to take 50,000 of that to apply to the stabilization fund. So we would use that for the stabilization.
You still have money left over to apply to the budget.
Correct.
What are some examples of the types of projects where if this capital stabilization fund had been in place earlier, you think you could have gotten done?
Well, I think, for example, redundant domestic hot water boiler, that's been on our list to accomplish over the past 3 years. We have a capital plan. There are items on that capital plan. Well, one of the things that we're looking at is, $400,000 consistently assessed to each of the communities, offsetting that by this capital stabilization fund. So maybe we can apply $100,000 to those capital projects and only assess $300,000 to the communities over the period of time.
One thing too, a few years ago, the school committee did adopt a policy in relation to the capital stabilization fund. And so that will really be our guiding post, and it does say that we would be targeted in a range of 1% to 2.5% of the district's annual operating budget. So that is something, we have the policy for E and D where we have to stay within those parameters, so we would use those same parameters for this.
So if I understand this correctly, you want to take a portion of your excess and deficiency, put it into the capital stabilization fund. Today, that portion of the excess and deficiency is used to offset operational costs. Is that correct?
Assessments.
Well,
Yes. Yeah.
assessments.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that part would then have to be made up by communities. And then in addition, you've got a capital assessment. And that capital assessment this year is $391,000. And these are the sorts of things that a capital stabilization fund should cover. So I'm not seeing how taking $50,000 out of an E&D account, which is really just robbing Peter to pay Paul, really addresses the need. I think you've got to think more carefully about what the purpose of the fund is and how you're actually going to fund it. In principle, I think it's a reasonable idea if you're going to use it to cover the sorts of things that are now in our capital assessment, because those things go up and down, and we'd like to smooth it out a little bit. But moving $50,000 out of the E&D is a drop in the bucket. So I think you've got to be more forthright about where the money's really going to come from if you want to set this up.
Can we do that again though? Because I don't think I agree with what you just did, but maybe I'm wrong. ED can be 5%, right? That's the most you can have, and you gotta turn the rest of it back. So 27 million times 5% is $1,350,000. That's the most you can ever have it, right? And then every year you say we got $1,350,000, let's use half of it toward reducing assessment or something like that. Right? But then you got the other half, then you could then put over into this.
Yeah, so I think
Essentially.
yeah, I mean, I think that E&D is a result of good fiscal management. You know, it's that we have an appropriated budget. We monitor our budget very closely. You know, we might find savings in a number of areas, in the special education or
Unexpected retirement.
unexpected retirements. So right now, that money all falls to E&D. That's the only place it can go. And we just need another mechanism to have the school committee to be able to say, you know, is there another place that money can go into, you know, in the stabilization fund, for example.
If your E&D per year was more than 5%, so normally you'd have to turn back the excess. Would this allow you to take the excess and put it over there?
Right. So if it's more than 5%, we can use it for capital projects.
So you could take that
Or turn
more
it back.
also and fund the stabilization with it.
So I think, you know, out to your statement, I think the strategy we need to really think about what the strategy is to fund this account. You know, I think right now we are trying to create the account, and then we have some ideas around how to get to that place.
I'd like to see this before we create the account. I want to know, you know, how we're going to pay for it. I think those two go hand in hand. This is probably a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
But I think you got to tell me which pocket you're going to reach in to fund this. And
But that's true of the other two too. So there is
Yeah.
a leap of faith. So, you know, all three are asking to set it up with no funding and kind of, okay, so there's a leap of faith that we're not biting off more than we really can afford to do. So the fact that there's caps is helpful.
Yeah, but I still don't, what are the dollar caps for this one? This one has a different flavor, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I mean,
The cap can be
we
pretty
have to
large,
do,
if I remember correctly.
it is very large.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to look back at what those values
Yeah.
are. You have to go onto the DOR website to
Yeah.
get those valuations, so.
I I would just comment that, regardless of the mechanism, whether it's capital or it's a large building, it's 350,000 square feet. I think that there haven't really been any capital projects that have been moved forward with the exception of the athletic complex. I think,
Pretty big one.
Yeah, and because everyone's delayed, look how
Yeah.
delayed that
Yeah.
was before.
but
you
I
finally
think,
got it done.
I think that it's unrealistic to think that capital projects won't be coming forward to each of the communities, so that we maintain that asset, which, has not been the norm for the past 10 years.
Well, I think you're still gonna come with the big ones, but
Yes.
the stuff you showed us
Yeah.
this year would be covered by this type of fund. And, yeah, I think we just have to kind of clarify how you're gonna fund it.
It just, a mechanism that gives you some additional flexibility. That makes sense, and I guess. Specific, I'm fine with proving structure, let's see that.
We also don't have to go to each town like they do now for the capital and get it approved separately. If one says no, one says yes, and it's no.
But the small projects, that makes sense. For big projects, I think it should.
You like it?
I like it. I liked how we did the rock funds. I liked how it was its own separate article that town meeting got to vote on and understand and ask specific questions. That
So you like the current system?
I like the current system. Now, that being said, I could be convinced that having a little extra money in a stabilization account so that you're not coming for $391,000, but a $5 million project, in theory, the account could have $5 million in it and town meeting doesn't get a vote. And that's where. And being as the town meeting representative, they want the power.
Some kind of.
Is there any other questions about the?
Those projects are-
You have to amend it to do
So
something
why
like that.
not change that?
Andrew?
Sorry?
Are there any other questions about the, yes?
Do you understand?
Of,
I just wanted to say before you close, because I hear you talking about stabilization funds, there was one more.
oh,
That
yes.
maybe you wanted to just cover that so that you can conclude on.
Well, let me think. I
It's
actually,
not specific to region, but yeah.
okay, so I thought we had covered,
Take away, we did the
Yeah.
special ed.
Was it the solar?
yeah, that's, no,
Yes.
that, before the two other schools items I have. I know Mark has a comment on something, and then, it's not in the draft warrant, but it's in the packet, it's in the form of an email from Superintendent Martin, who is proposed by the, Southborough School Committee, a warrant article that basically see if the town will authorize the select board to lease all or a portion of the roof Troyer Middle School for a term of 10 to 20 years. And I don't know, well, you want to speak to that, or Greg, you want to speak to that? But
Go
I
ahead,
think we
Greg.
covered this, the K through 8 stabilization. Special ed, right? Correct. Okay.
So, we are partnering with MSBA for the core building program, and that's the area building committees, moving that work forward. MSBA also has an accelerated repair program that paused for a year. They reinitiated that this year, and it's to cover expenses for roofs and windows. We are in the need of a new roof at Trotter. And part of the incentive now is to have be solar ready as part of Governor Healy's budget proposal. It was to incentivize schools moving forward with solar. So MSBA is partnering with the governor to have solar ready projects be funded. So we're submitting an SOI, statement of interest, with the select board's vote and the school committee's vote to enter potentially into the accelerated repair program. Having a situation where we're ready for solar puts us in an advantageous place in terms of MSBA's position.
Really see any downside to this.
No, and what they're trying to do is, because town schools tax exempt, they're trying to get the credits off, let somebody buy the credits up I'm all for this for sure. I just didn't know we were doing this. So this is not.
So
going on yet?
it is
Not
in,
yet, I won't have to speak to this time.
it's not in the draft, but it's in this email, which was in the packet right now.
Sorry, Kamali, I didn't know what you were talking about. I
Okay.
thought you were talking about another stabilization fund.
Let me ask a couple of questions. When you say ready for solar, I mean, I think the big issues are, can the roof actually support the weight? And who pays for the extra reinforcement or whatever is required to be ready for solar?
Sure. So this will be our second project. We do have a proof of concept at Algonquin Regional High School. As part of the partner that we move forward with for solar at the high school, they do engineering studies. They do all of the investment of reinforcing, making sure that it is solar ready. They do that assessment as part of the overall project.
So the partner pays the full rate, you don't pay.
Correct.
And then the partner installs solar.
So they are responsible. So it's we lease the roof to our partner and we purchase back energy from the grid.
Much lower.
And this kind of fixed rate.
But I'd be willing to pay for some of that if we got recovery through the lease payments, right? Doesn't matter to me how we get it, if they pay for it, fine. To get covered for that.
So right now, the solar array at Algonquin, we are the past year, we saved $47,000 in energy costs as a result of the offset from that solar array.
That's great.
Is there any projection, anyone on the select board will include this in the warrant? Okay. And then maybe at the end of this meeting, we'll start to go through these points. We'll just run on that as well. I think that's it. Okay.
No, I just want to take the opportunity to do this publicly. I do this a lot with you on the phone, but just wanted to thank Greg and Becky and their team for being so collaborative with the town. Greg's my third superintendent since I've been here, and his two predecessors. When I came here, I remember sitting with Charles LeBron and talking about a revenue sharing agreement. And I remember Charles sitting there and saying, why don't you just tell me where you need me to be? And how this fits in, how this all fits into, the puzzle. And we will try to, be collaborative about that. And Christine Johnson continued that. And Greg and his team have continued that as well. I think we both have benefited greatly from the relationship. And, hopefully, we continue to do so. We've got a lot of big things on the horizon. But I just publicly wanted to thank him, for continuing to work with us and moving both of our, populations forward. So thank you.
I'll just comment, it is very hard to work with Mark.
You gotta take my phone call first, so,
No, the feeling's mutual.
I'd add also that as I've watched both committees very closely over the last several years, I think we've got good committees who are actually working hard, doing their homework and vetting a lot of these things. So it's not that these issues have not been pretty thoroughly discussed, researched, et cetera, not only through the administration, but through the committees. I feel pretty confident that we've got good people doing good work on this stuff. So that to me is a real source of comfort here.
Coffee committees is totally great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Shall we take Andrew? Take like 5 minutes break.
Yeah, well, I was here's that.
I know, we're, that's, yeah.
Okay, so, let's bring over Brian, and then in terms of the posted agenda for the select board, under scheduled appointments, items C and D are Brian, FY 25 budget, joint meeting with the advisory committee, budget and warrant articles, and then under other matters, the select board positions on warrant articles and review of ARPA allocations. These are so interrelated with each other that my intent is to discuss all these kind of together in one fluid discussion. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then, we just talk, and then in terms of what we need to vote on when, we'll just kind of play that by ear. So, but first, so Brian, can you just give us an overview about, the memo you have in the packet, and then, other options you prepared for the budget on how to, because the memo had like a 7.45% year-over-year increase, and then I know you sent us earlier today a new proposal, so you just explain that process.
Sure. So I hope everyone can hear me. So this is a living document, the budget, and day by day it changes. So I'm sorry for the recent, changes that seem to happen by the hour. But I'll just look at, I will say that we've wrapped up pretty much the revenues are set now. So the revenue side of the budget is probably not going to change much, if at all, until, the fall when we set the tax rate. So that was one thing. So that actually was in our favor. We raised local receipts, we raised local revenue, and local aid. And so that gained us some money. On the expense side, there's been a lot of movement, and I know Kathy's could probably speak to this too. She may probably have a better explanation than me, but in the last few days, we've reallocated some of the funding for capital, as far as the funding from ARPA money for some of the money for possible bonding, and that is in the file that I sent this afternoon. Hopefully you had a chance to look at it. Probably not, but maybe. So I think that's a big deal. We're down to 4.75% year over year.
Yeah, Vanessa's gonna post this.
Keep going, Brian.
Okay, so we're down to 4.75% year over year, which is really good. We started, 9, 10. Last one was 7, I think. So we've got it knocked down quite a bit. I'm not really totally happy with the way we did it, because I think there's some one-time monies that we're using that we may not have next year, but we have knocked it down quite a bit to a reasonable level. I think a reasonable level. I think the big thing is talking about the police department budget and their suggestions. This budget that I forwarded to you today has only a new lieutenant in it, has no communication officers. So I want to be clear about that. And if we add anything, as I said in my email, we have to add benefits as well. So hopefully I gave you those numbers and you're well aware of what that would be to add, 1, 2, 3 positions, whatever it may be. So it has an engineer position and a lieutenant position, full-time, annual cost, all in that budget. So I think the board needs to just talk about that and find out where they are on that and come to agreement on where we want to go with that. I think the capital, as far as the capital goes, I don't see a lot of controversy with that. I think more of it is with where funding comes from. Like I said, the ARPA conversation is probably a bigger conversation. 500,000 we're reallocating to capital to offset that general fund appropriation. So that's how we get down to the 4.75%. I guess I would, the last two things I would say is we've used pretty much all our revenues as far as free cash and ambulance fund and local receipts and all that. And the revenues are just, they're pretty much set, and I don't think they're going to change. So I would suggest tonight the board just talk about the expenses as far as the police budget and anything else that, any other suggestions they may have, but that's where we stand right now.
Okay, so I mean, two things we could do next. Kathy, you could explain some of the, the kind of pencil sharpening work you did on together with Brian about matching up ARPA funds to some of the capital items, and then also Andrew, you want to speak to what Brian just said there before we go to Kathy?
Speak to in general.
Does this sound like an okay plan? What Brian had to?
Yeah, no, I think certainly the fine tuning there and the police is kind of its own. The dispatch is its own separate conversation, which we're trying to isolate. But we're still going to have the conversation, just isolating it. But the Brian, when we had a 7% budget increase and we included the full 4 dispatchers, the officer, everything in there, and included all these capital things, no ARPA, et cetera. We are looking at $1 million levy capacity override in FY27. So we would need next town meeting or approve a ballot initiative to increase the levy capacity.
It's probably worth repeating. That's where we were going if we.
That's where we were going, and we're backed off a little bit on the ledge. The forecast was relatively conservative, especially on the increase in schools. But if we see basically 2 more years of increase in the schools like we had this year, we're probably still looking at an override. But we might be able to squeak by. But it's we were way over committed with the first round of the budget. So there is some one-time money in here, using mostly for capital and not for operational things, but definitely something to keep an eye on, and especially with the horizon with tax rates and the Erie school pending, that we need to start sharpening the pencils and tightening the belts and being as fiscally conservative here as we can.
I also thought it was interesting to see, the presentation, how the schools did their budgets and how they went through a similar exercise where you begin with larger year-over-year increases, and you just, to get to a manageable number, you have to make some different decisions about things. Positions that, money was no object, we would have them, but in order to keep things to, as you say, avoid override in 2 years, we probably can't afford this year.
You do it as a belief, you do it before you get to that point. So
Would you assume for the Neary project in terms of the override in 2 years?
Well, the Neary project in theory shouldn't be anything because it should be exempt debt, but it's more to have an override going into a significant tax increase for the largest project we've ever done in this town is not a good 1-2 operational override.
But there's nothing in there, Sam, to your question, we haven't put Neary in there and said that already.
So I just want to point out to what Andrew just said. So when I came here in 2012, sat down with Brian, we did a financial projection, and we showed that there was probably going to be an operational override needed, in 2014, 2015. We've made changes, we've done some things, we've done things with health insurance. Again, those things help. They're not permanent fixes, right?
and those red numbers continued to be pushed out until they were out of sight. This is the first time they've started to return based on where we're looking to go and how we're looking to get there. So anything we can do, this year, next year, will help maybe push those red numbers out. But it at least gives you an idea of, continuing to grow at this rate or spend at this rate, using one-time money and then creating these artificial potholes that we've got to fill with some revenue somewhere. It is I think what's driving us towards those, seeing those red numbers again.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up where Andrew Pfaff and Ryan left off as far as how we got to the rev cap that we're working with tonight. And this is just to work with. This is just one way to propose a much more reasonable year-over-year tax increase. I remember inflation last year, Social Security, 3.2%. So we're proposing to this 4.75%. Okay, so 3 big changes were made to the last time you saw the budget. The first one was we found $500,000 of ARPA money in total that we could use for one-time items in the budget, just like we did last year. And we still did more last year, but we do have 5, which will pretty much wipe out ARPA, other than possibly a change to the sidewalk. I'm not going to get into that. That's a whole different discussion after town meeting, the sidewalk. So we found $500,000 that we could vote tonight to put into the tax relief bucket. And then we took that $500,000. When I say we, this was Carla McCullough, Brian, Andrew Pfaff to some extent, to then find ways to spend that met the ARPA deadlines, which was important. So we had to find things that could be spent quickly. So we did that, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that we proposed to use that $500,000 for. This included the proposal to reallocate a chunk of the National Grid money, which we got with your blessing, right? So we kept your 75 in there. So we're going to have to vote on the ARPA tonight to be able to do this. And then we're going to have to agree that we're going to use the ARPA money for these 5 things. The second thing we did was reduce the police department proposed budget a lot. So the only thing that's still in that budget, as far as the 6 new positions that were proposed by Chief Newell, is the new lieutenant. And again, that's where I think we're going to spend a lot of time tonight talking. So right now, the new lieutenant is in there along with his benefits, and that's it. So that budget came down. Wasn't quite. We thought it was $500,000. Came down to $400,000. And so that's the next big chunk we got. The third one was we did some things with capital. We haven't proposed taking anything off the capital recommended list that we heard from Jason Malinowski on January 6th. So everything's still there, except for one thing, which he asked to take off today. So let's start with that one. He asked to take off the ambulance stretchers. So I think talking to our interim chief, they agreed that can be postponed for 1 year because it's waiting for the new ambulance to get here that it's going to go into. So we don't have to do that right now. So the new ambulance is like 2 years. So that's being postponed. That's the only thing that got taken off. But what we did do is propose to bond 2 things on there. So it takes those off as far as financial impact. We still get them, but we don't have a financial impact. We also had our annual meeting, our call to St. Mark's School. So we know what St. Mark's School wants to donate this year. So they were very nice to go ahead and give us their answer a couple months early. So they're donating this year $96,467, of which, as far as what's relevant tonight, they're going to buy 2 of the items on the capital plan. They're going to buy the PPE equipment for $20,000, and they want to pay for half of the defibrillators. They want to pay $50,000 toward the 100 over 3 years. So Brian has taken that into account with what you are seeing up here on the rev cap. That decision has been made too. So all in all, that ended up taking us from 7-something to 4.75% as far as the estimated year-over-year increase as far as real estate taxes to the average person in Summit.
Were there also some items where you take them off the bottom of it? So
yes, I said that. Okay. So 2 bonds, right? Taking off these stretchers because based on what Jason Allen must be said after talking to interim chief, and then having St. Mark's pay for a couple.
What items are you going to bond?
So Al,
Sidewalk
look,
tractor and
can
the
you go
trash
to-
trailer truck, I believe.
put up the FY 25 article tab. And then let's see, scroll up, go all the way up.
I think it's just taken off, yeah. It might be down below, maybe.
Okay. I haven't looked at this
It's,
one.
yeah, it's in the bond project, line
So
51 to 52, trash trailer and
okay, so
sidewalk
down
trailer.
51, 52.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so it's those, see, Al, look at.
Yeah, trash
two
trailer.
things right there, yeah, trash trailer and sidewalk. We picked the two most expensive ones, one, two.
And they have a good, I would say, a 10-year at least useful life.
So those expenses won't hit until 26.
Yeah, when he starts to debt service, that's right.
The other one we talked about that we didn't reduce, but I think it's a discussion that we can talk about is the road maintenance article.
Okay, so that's where I'm going next. Okay, so there are a couple more things that might bring this down a little bit lower if we chose to. So right now, we've got $650,000 in the capital warrant article at the top for roads, which is $250,000 more than what we have had recently. Now, don't get fooled by the fact that it's 472. That's because we've got ARPA money that's going to pay for the wisdom. So it is 650. So Bill Conduct took a look today at, so we took a look at what's in the old road maintenance warrant articles. It's 200 and change, 200,000 and change. Then he looked today to see what we've got accumulated in Chapter 90 money for the state. Now, the state keeps the money that we get reimbursed as we do projects. So there is, help me, Andrew, I think it's $1.5 million or so that's there. He's got some big projects on the table, though. He's got the bids, I guess, for the Willow Street and Northborough Road culvert design, and that's about $400,000. So we could talk to him about possibly reducing that 650 by something, 50, 100. I know Andrew wants to go the whole 200. So that's got to be talked about, right? I just don't think we're there tonight is to really understand. I just didn't have time to really digest what he said as far as the so that's another possibility that could come down. And then Greg, I think, still has maybe a couple things that could drive the regional number down a little bit. It won't come down much, but a little bit. So that's the only two things that I'm aware that could possibly drive this down even a little bit further than what you see on the red tablets on the screen.
Just to confirm, Brian, we do not have that article from the schools that we just basically took out with the reserve fund transfer. That's not here, right? 89,000 is not in. Make sure we're double counting.
Yeah, that's not
Brian,
doesn't need to be. So, okay, so that's your that's framing, where we are now. So again, the big item is the police department budget, as far as what to do there. But again, you cannot overemphasize that when we project it forward to 26 and 27, that red number is huge when you add 6 people to the police department in 1 year.
So overall, we were at 7.5 or so. This gets us down to 4.75 or something like that. And if we add back the staffing that Chief Newell wants in the police department, all 4 dispatchers and 1 other position, 5 bodies, that takes us up to about what?
575, because that's about $500,000 a year, right? So every $500,000 will move it up a point. So about 575 between that 6.
And then there may be a few small things that offset a little bit of that. That's basically what
Yep, schools say they're done, K-8, that's your big number, right? So you can't touch that. So there we are.
And then for the police discussion, if we go with the budget that, Brian just laid out, we still need to make a long-term decision about dispatch. And I know that Sam and Al have spent a lot of this year kind of gathering information. I think one of the things we could do is, if we committed as a board to kind of accelerate making a decision on dispatch and aim to make a decision, by the end of this year, maybe even potentially for a fall town, before a fall town meeting to develop a specific proposal about regional dispatch, and it could be Metro West Rec, which, you know, is a different proposed site than was under consideration last time, or it could be some of the other options like, you know, Neshoba that we've talked about. And I think I forwarded everyone the email from Mr. Butler earlier today. So I think it's another thing we should probably talk about is, and that probably the board will be asked about, is would we bring to town meeting an article asking for recommendations from town meeting about whether to enter an IMA, and it would be just a recommendation. It would be for advice, but not necessarily the consent for town meeting. I think that it would not be appropriate to not include any of the requested staffing for the communication officers, and then just kind of continue to let the dispatch decision, you know, go on without like a target date too.
Totally agree.
And a specific proposal. I think if you're about-
So then the idea, what I'm suggesting is that, you know, after town meeting, like we did kind of a goal setting meeting at the beginning of this term, that this would be an absolute top priority, that between now and the fall, we would narrow it down to really, I think, ideally, you know, one proposal. Just like the community building school committees can take all these different ideas and ultimately just come forward with one. And I think that, you know, because Mrs. Spaniff has a citizen's petition that would basically ask to bring back the level of staffing that was in the original budget. I think this is, you should consider both of them at the same time, right?
Agree. So we're going to have to talk about this at town meeting no matter what, because of those articles. There's going to be a discussion about the impact of adding what may be very temporary dispatch, or maybe dispatch officers, or 3 or 2 on the budget, because the articles are there. We're going to have to bring it up, and we're going to have to be able to explain why we are proposing not hiring those people at this point, and what the impact on the budget is doing it, and where we think we're going as far as the regional dispatch decision.
So then, before we, you know, Mrs. Spaniff had her hand raised, and then also want to let Chief Newell speak to this too, if you wanted to. But are there any other questions or comments from the select board or advisory about this?
So I think I have real questions about whether it's appropriate to go to a town meeting. I go back and forth on this. Sometimes I agree with Mr. Butler, and sometimes I don't. When I served on advisory, one of the things that people kept hammering into my head was that town meeting doesn't matter. And, you know, they appropriate and they tax and they pass bylaws. And, you know, we did something wrong as a board a couple of years ago when we tried to do an end run with the licensing agreement and meddle into what was town meetings bailiwick. But at the same time, town meeting doesn't tell school committees how to organize a school. Town meeting doesn't tell the library what the hours of the library are. Town meeting doesn't tell the select board how to get the roads plowed. They say they want the roads plowed and they're willing to pay for them. But, and then, and I asked Jim to give me some information the other day, you know, if we're going to go to town meeting, I don't want a repeat of system that happened last time where at 11 o'clock at night, where maybe we had a quorum, you know, a vote was taken by something on the order of 100 people. And I think I need to remind everybody sitting up here that each person sitting on this board was elected by somewhere between 462 and 677 people. And so, we do in fact have a broader constituency than town meeting. We have the taxpayers and the electorate to consider. I can support going to town meeting if we're going to ask town meeting to surrender some portion of its authority in the funding mechanism, which would then essentially adopt the state model. But I think this board needs to remember that somewhere between 4.5 and 7 times the number of people who were at town meeting, and it has all the characteristics of town meeting, the fact that interested parties go. But somewhere between 4.5 and 7 times more people voted to put us in these seats and to make this decision. And that this is ultimately our responsibility. I think we should inform town meeting at the annual town meeting about what we're thinking about and what's going on, and encourage the public to participate in the discussions. But I'm struggling with whether, but I don't think we should give town meeting a veto.
But so Al, I agree with what you
Suggesting,
said. I agree, but this is the issue. Town meeting does have authority over the budget. So it's my understanding that unless Ms. Banner changes her mind between now and then, she intends to, if we don't put the dispatch number in here, if we don't increase the dispatch expense, then she is going to make a motion to increase that budget. And they do have authority over that. So that's why we've got to speak to it.
Yes,
We
I
can't
think.
just sit there and
No, I agree. We need to say what our plan is. If we go with, the fastest we could join a regional dispatch is probably a little over a year. And the slowest we could probably join a regional dispatch if we made the decision in the next 6 months is probably 3 years. And we have a need. We have a clear and unambiguous hole in our public safety network and divisions. And I think we need to address that hole.
And that 1 to 3 year swing is material. And therefore, so someone might say, well, if it's only a year, if it looks like they're heading toward, hooking on to an existing one, at least initially, you can always move. Then I might say, okay, I don't want to add any dispatchers to police budget. I want to keep the budget down. If instead they believe, the 3 year route is the most, if they may say, well, wait, we can't go 3 years and this problem does continue to simmer. So that's why I think we've got to talk. We won't have a decision there, but we've got to at least lay out, where, what we think, what the choices are and the impact and why we did not add, if that's what we vote on, we've got to vote on this. If we vote tonight to not put the dispatchers in there, you've got to explain why. We've got, and to me, the answer is we believe that it's reasonable that we're going to end up doing this sooner than later.
Can I do the dissenting opinion here? Just saying, first, Al, just because someone has voted for you or me or anyone else doesn't mean that something that we do after we're voted in office would not be something that they disagree with.
Oh, sure.
I mean, not just the fact that I'm elected doesn't mean that what I do is gonna have everybody love it.
No, you've got the.
So just in that, but the other part of it is I feel like it's too soon to decide on a regional dispatch because I don't see one that's around us. And I think it needs to be around us. It needs to be somewhere near us in order to know our town. I don't see one functioning right around us right now. And I'm all for regional if I'm confident that they know our town, but I think that the ones that are the best functioning so far, or any of them, are too far away for me to feel comfortable. And I would feel mostly that, I think if you asked everyone in Southborough to vote on whether or not they want regional right now, I'd be very interested to see what that looked like. So I just think it's too soon to push into regional. I think for most people, I don't see one we can join, and I'm not sure that people are ready. That's
So
all.
just if I can respond really quickly, and then, so we have this, as a board, we talked about this. This took pretty much the last year of the select board, pretty much the entire year. There was a study done in the Collins Center that analyzed this issue. We did sign an agreement in IMA to be in a regional dispatch with neighboring towns, and I mean there's some reason for optimism, because one of the main objections to the last IMA was the site, and based on the vote that the Westboro Select Board took recently, it was the community advocate too. They're now considering a different site, so there could be a totally different discussion around that. And Al, to your point about, I agree with you. It's better. There's probably a better town meeting discussion about it to have it as a select board sponsored article at the beginning of a fall town meeting, rather than Article 59 at an annual town meeting. I think that's a very late. Sam?
Yeah, a couple of points. Marguerite, I respectfully disagree with you. I think the know our town thing is a bit of a red herring. There's a lot of data that shows that you can actually get that information to dispatchers in an effective way through technology, for example. I think that the bigger concern for me is the mutual aid issue in terms of finding towns that they actually have mutual aid with. With fire service support, it's more important. I'm not sure that's in either. But it also seems to me that if we don't move to regional, reasonably active time schedule, that the dollar difference is substantial, because state subsidy for that regional support, as well as lower operating costs there. So it is going to be expensive to do that, but town meeting voters may decide they're going to do that. That's certainly their prerogative to determine the budget. I think that, I guess, I don't see any way that we can avoid doing something for FY25 here, because I think there is a safety gap now in terms of dispatch of staffing. But the question becomes, how quickly can you get organized to go to a regional structure, and which one you want to go to? I think Westboro is pretty attractive now as an option. I think it's possible to come up by fall town meeting, for example, with a specific plan that we can propose to people. I think what Mr. Butler suggested was not ceding control of the town meeting over the decision, but making a recommendation was the word I heard there. I'm always happy to listen to the town meeting or anybody else in terms of recommendation, but Al's point, I think that the decision is ultimately ours. Live or die by that, I guess, but that's that going into the business. So,
but tonight it's not. We're not trying to make it. We're not making a decision tonight on regional, Marguerite. So all we're trying to do is decide what we want the police department budget to look like, which includes a dispatch operation.
But the context, though, gives me information about how much I'm prepared to support in terms of that.
Just one last reason I think why it's not too soon to say let's decide by a fall town meeting is, in addition to, we already received kind of a warning at the last discussion about this. You don't decide to go the regionalization route, there's going to be a proposal to double the size of the dispatch department. So that's, and playing out the numbers, right? We saw that accelerates getting to an operational override. That doesn't take into account, I think, the additional capital costs of estimated.
No, we've looked at that's not even in that budget.
Yeah, so
that's not there.
That's only
not
like
there.
3-4 years away.
Yeah.
So that's a
more piece of data for town meeting. For example, so you're not just voting to add bodies here. You're taking an obligation to invest in significant technology periodically for running local dispatches.
And let's make this clear: the 5 select board members last year, which are 3 sitting here, and 2 that aren't here, all supported the concept of regionalization. We were all for it. It was just how to do it was where there was a little bit of a divergence. So there was no one of the 5 that didn't believe that it was the better approach to solving a problem that had been outlined by Chief Achilles and Chief Newell. So there's that. We acknowledge there's a problem. We just think that we thought the regionalization was the better way to go to solve the problem. It was more effective, it was more flexible, and then it does, in the end, save quite a bit of money, which would also be helpful as far as what we're looking at as far as future expenses. But we're not trying to decide that tonight. We're trying to decide, what to put into this budget District 25 as far as enhancing local dispatch.
Well, if we're gonna enhance local dispatch or bring this to a floor, then I think the proper way to proceed is to hold the police budget. And when we bring the police budget up, advance Articles 44 and 45 or whatever number Ms. Panis, the two articles are, so that they can be discussed and voted on at the same time. That way, town meeting is given a choice. And we have to obviously get the approval of the moderator.
Well, you can just stack them. Pardon?
You
can set the order.
And we set the order.
It could be Articles 5, 6, 7.
And we can change it. But we still have to agree tonight on hopefully the budget that goes into the article. That's what we got to do tonight, is what's going into the warrant.
So for Andrew, is there any comments from advisory level we're talking about, or advice?
I mean, I think putting it, my initial suggestion was taking them out of the budget and treating it as its own standalone strategic initiative. Personally, I think regionalization is the way to go. I think that it's a better thing, and I've spoken to that. We got a $900,000 project coming in 2028 to rebuild the radio system and other equipment that needs to be upgraded, and we're not going to compete with the technology of these large regional operations. Now, the question is the speed at which you can do that. I think that bringing on 4 new employees with possibly a definitive end date, not too distant future, with whatever we'd have to pay out for severance and things of that nature, or transfer employees or whatever, it's not the best interest of the town. And from a data perspective, I'm still not convinced. I mean, I understand there is a risk, but I'm not convinced that the return is worth the reward. I mean, there's a risk that we need a med flight helicopter that could sit here and fly people to Boston hospitals. Is that worth $20 million for a helicopter? Probably not. So I don't know where the cost benefit is. But one suggestion was that we had on our Saturday meeting was to do a staffing study, have a third party come in, look at our call volume, look at our emergency volume. I mean, I've never seen a stress test where somebody calls in and gets a busy signal on 911.
The call center report talks about something.
Yeah. And so it's I don't know what the exact right number is. I'm not going to speak to that, but I think that's I'm not personally in favor of it, but I think the letting town meeting vote on its own merits and having an independent discussion and presenting a budget, completely with it removed, and then you can discuss it on its own. But knowing that we are at a significant budget crisis, and if people's town meeting approves it, we might be back next year for another one.
I have a question. Even if you have citizens petitions, it's non-binding, right? So
Not for budget.
For budget, you propose,
can
$7.5
propose.
million for this, you can vote yes or no.
So, but that's what I'm trying to make sure, this is different than what happened last year.
We
So,
can't hear you. It's hard for us to hear you back here.
real.
Come close.
So, we have no microphones up here.
The question was, can town meeting force this one? And for a budget item, the answer is yes. But for typical citizen petitions, we've had several recommendations, advices kind of thing that are not binding. The town meeting can't override the power of the select board to manage things, basically. But they do control budgets. So
They can also budget for the resources, and you guys could not appoint the resources.
Yeah.
Right.
We might not be able to find them.
Yes. But
It's unusual that you see that you would expect someone to increase the budget. A lot of times it's the other way around. Mr. Hamilton will attest to that. Where they try to lower a budget. So this is kind of going the other way, but yeah, they absolutely can with this. And so we're just trying to figure out a way, what should we vote on tonight as far as what we want to see in the warrant? Because that's what we've got to decide tonight, what goes into the police department warrant.
All right, so this is Diana Fitzpatrick. You want to come up and
I'm sorry that you have to have this discussion. However, I do not want to go to town meeting arguing about something that I think can be resolved easily. One, the numbers that I have that was given to me by Brian, and it was a month ago, they're different than what you're discussing this evening. That I see anyway. We have a Southborough Emergency Communications Center here in this brand new building. Its operational purpose is to provide the necessary radio contact to the professional firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, police department. Without that, you might as well lock the front door. They overhear all of the conversations. They overhear the trauma that goes on. I don't know who the dispatcher was a year ago, new to this community, that took a call from my house when my husband was alone having a heart attack. Yes, there is a need. It's been spelled out by Chief Achilles before he left his position here. It's been spelled out by Chief Newell that there is an immediate need. It's not a need for fall town meeting. It's a need for this town meeting. And the citizens of this town put public safety as a high priority, which all of you should. They take care of our school children. They take care of our public. They take care of all of our office staff in every single building in this town. If I was walking the cemetery and I call a 911 here on my cell phone, I wouldn't use that because I'd call the business number because I know what it is. And I said, somebody fell in a horseshoe. I'm sure none of you know where the Horseshoe Dam is. It's on Middle Road at the reservoir. But I'm in the cemetery. I think you're making the communication officers in this town feel less valued because you're talking about the importance of their role. Close up the police station, close up the fire station, and you pick up the phones. I know what happens. I've worked with 6 different police chiefs, professional fire chiefs and police chiefs in this town. And when somebody says there's an immediate need and it was said at town meeting, you have a known liability.
I don't think anybody's suggesting, Bonnie, that this isn't important and that we're not.
Mr. Stivers, in all due respect, I had to go before the advisory board, which I sat on before I became a selectman for 15 years, and the school committee with Chief Joe Morrow asking for paramedic money to train his staff. I was there at that meeting and I said, he needs it. He wants to upgrade his staff. And your response was, that's why we have emergency rooms. And my response to you was, I want to get to an emergency room. And I don't want to go to town meeting at odds, but I'll assure you, I am going to bring these articles. And it would be nice for you to put the 4 in your budget and it can be reduced at town meeting.
all right, the Butler.
Hello, John Butler for Davis Road. I don't have any comprehensive view about whether regional dispatch is a good thing or not, but I do wonder, given that if it seems as though you and the town wants to move towards a regional dispatch, and we have an intermediate problem because it's not like flipping a switch that we could be in regional dispatch instantly, particularly if we joined one such as the Westboro one, which has to be built. If there was a gap of a few years, do you feel as though you've fully investigated the electronic rollover that is built into the existing system? I know that right now an RECC, as a part of its qualification to start up, has to show that call rollover is working effectively to another location, probably another RECC, so that in effect, if one is tapped out for resources or is down for some reason, the other center is able to handle the call with all the information that would be at the first or primary. So I'm wondering if since there are other communities that, such as Hopkinton, for example, that aren't in any and that don't have a current short-term solution, must have some of the same resource limitations that we're looking at now, whether you've fully looked at the potential for virtualization of this process electronically to provide coverage. I think if you were going to do that, it would make sense to do, say, some joint training with Hopkinton, if Hopkinton was interested, and so that both parties had some greater knowledge of the others, and the system would bridge them as if they were physically united. I think that the capability of the rollover is there now in the 911 system, because I know it has to be tested and working for an RACC. So I'm just wondering if since it's impossible to hire people, as Mr. Mr. Pfaff was saying, for a couple of years, that's really a non-starter. You either have to potentially bring them on, pretending that that's the solution, or not. I'm just wondering if that might be a gap fill, and if you might ask the technology committee who's very competent, to look at this, to look at that question.
That's an interesting suggestion. We haven't done that yet, other than to understand this program we have with Ashland. That's, I think, similar. So I think that's a good suggestion.
Yes, Chief Newell, I thought we had that rollover now, or if
the business line or the 911 call?
911.
Yeah, it'll go to Hopkinton.
911 goes to Hopkinton already.
Yeah, you have it now, but it's underexploited I think, in terms of its potential to enhance the resiliency of your center as a whole. I mean, it's as if you talk as if it isn't, somewhat as if it isn't there. Would require to have it be fully effective, would really require a certain amount of joint training. I mean, the dispatchers do know that it's there, but it isn't used. I think dispatchers locally might be more inclined to try to juggle calls rather than have it roll. I'm not sure, but the thing is that the virtualization capability is fully in the current 911 software base. And so it has to be working, or you can't be certified. So I think that you might, I know what I would suggest is that ask the technology committee to look at the full potential of virtualization as a unifying, as a means of providing redundancy, because those people are very capable and can give you a good reading on to what degree this could be exploited, which is kind of a modern way, a very contemporary way of looking at how to share resources through the bandwidth that is already in place. I'm just making a suggestion because I see otherwise you're up against loggerheads here. You got a short-term problem, at least a short-term problem, maybe a long-term problem, and perhaps that method could provide, at least at the very minimum, some temporary, if not a longer-term relief.
All right. So we talked about the dispatch. I don't know if there's any other comments in that. The other budget piece of the puzzle involves trails, right? Because I think Kathy,
Lieutenant, there's two more.
Lastly, if I might just add, I think you should bring if you want to talk about budget for the police with Mrs. Pfaff's articles, which I think merit discussion, I would just urge from a procedural viewpoint at town meeting, which is a subject I know a lot about, that you should pull those together time-wise. We don't want to debate vote the police budget and then have a day go by and then debate it again.
We agree, John. We agree. We already talked about this.
So then, okay, the other piece of the puzzle, right? The lieutenant, that's in.
That's it.
Numbers.
Yes.
Is there anyone that wants to speak further about whether or not to add new lieutenants?
I have one question. What's the start date on the lieutenant?
July 1st.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you?
Thank you.
Okay. Any?
I think just, Chief, we talked about it. Any way that we can find a lieutenant that's not editing videos all day and think of a cheaper solution in the future, but you may understand for now.
There's all sorts of stuff. There's operational and admin. Yeah. I can provide that job description that separates it all out.
I'm still not supporting that, but I said, I'm still not in support of that, but I'll take my vote.
Okay,
That's why we're all here.
so then I think the other piece of the budget puzzle was the ARP allocation for trails, and I know, you laid out your motion. What you intend to move for ARP allocations.
It's more than that. There's a lot of things being moved. It's
Okay.
not just trails.
So does that involve reallocating the money that had been allocated to the peninsula trails?
Yes, it does.
So
That's, there's two substantive things as far as the movement in the buckets, the movement attachment. Natural trails is one, and then National Grid is the other. That's the two biggest. The other ones are where they just didn't spend what was allocated and they're done. So those are easy. But the two things where you really truly are moving something out of a bucket that hasn't been done, it could be done, are the trail and National Grid.
Let's back up 1 second. Andrew, how do you propose to resolve where we go in terms of the police budget here? I have some questions for Chief Newell, but in terms of, what our options are as far as basically increasing our proposed budget over the baseline numbers here that we're talking about.
Yeah, and so I also asked Chief Newell to, I don't know if I pushed this out to everyone, might have, but in anticipation of this, if we want to talk about that, he has spreadsheets showing based on different levels of dispatchers how they would be staffed.
I saw that, yeah.
Okay.
So I've seen.
We've got to see where the majority is as far as what to do there. And
Yeah.
we don't know this. We don't know.
So do we go ahead and talk about sort of the next bottom line thing here, Kathy mentioned, or do we talk more about the police budget? I don't know.
So I think, the idea that we talked about of don't add any communications officers to this budget, but then commit to, we're gonna add a fall town meeting, present a real proposal about dispatch. Because if, for example, we went for we elected a proposal where you could be going in as soon as a year. Yeah, wouldn't that affect your decision about whether it's I understand the point you're making about this. There's a need now.
There's a gap now, yeah. So, which I'm interested in trying to find a way to fill, even though it may be difficult. But I think that if we don't actually add it, Mrs. Stanek said she plans to propose adding.
I understand
that. We'll have to deal
We
with
get
it.
that. We just accept that, but we have to make an explanation to town meeting as to why that's happened. So they've got facts to vote on. I like what Mr. Butler said as far as looking at whether we could solve some of this through, a more robust situation with Huntington.
Okay. Well, we're not going to get there.
So
Why don't we take a vote on the budget that's presented? Not the full budget, but at least the police one. See where we're at. Before we start getting into, do we want 1, 2, 3, this, that, timings, staggering.
Right.
I mean, from advisory perspective, I'll make a motion. Budget there. I move that advisory supports the police budget 210 in the amount of $3,040,366, which would include one position only for the lieutenant. We have a second.
Second.
For discussion, Tim, feel free to unmute if you have any questions. All right, seeing none. Roll call vote. Tim? Still there? Okay. All right.
Muted.
And we can hear you.
How about now?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you can.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, at this point, I'm not in favor.
Okay. Larry?
Can you clarify what he's not in favor of? You're not in favor of leaving off the new dispatchers, Tim?
I don't have a solid understanding of what the new position, I don't want to get into the dispatchers at this point, Kathy. In terms of the new lieutenant, I'm still not solid on the need for that position. So at this point right now, I'm not voting in favor.
Okay, so Tim, your edit would be not to include the lieutenant, but you're not saying you would include all the other reasons.
Correct.
Larry, discussion or vote?
Yes,
I feel the same way Tim does. I'm still not entirely sure I understand that position, so I would vote no also. Okay,
Same position, no.
I would vote yes. So would not support that.
Okay, so,
Same motion.
I was thinking of talking about the trails piece and then go about the whole thing.
We're gonna do the whole thing too for the night's over.
Okay, yeah, so, I move that the board support the, police budget that's shown in the rev cap that Brian circulated, most recently with, the new lieutenant position, so that's
It's a 3,000,000.
3,040,000,
366.
okay. So I made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. All right.
So I think before the night's out, I'd like to have Chief Noel, basically repeat what he told us on January 6th, maybe for Tim and for Larry and Marcy, as far as, I just thought he made a really compelling case for lieutenant, and I've talked to him since then, and I think it's even more compelling now that he's told me he's taken things back from Sean McCarthy because Sean McCarthy was so overwhelmed. And that's a new piece. So I would like to, I think, give him a chance to talk about lieutenant. So should we give a full?
Yeah, and then also how other towns regionally staff and what they're, Ashland, Holliston.
Okay, why don't we do that now while we're on the subject?
Just to be clear, I voted no because I support the lieutenant, but I would throw in a couple of dispatchers. So
That's what I thought.
I'm
Why are you
essentially in the same place Sam is.
So you want some dispatchers in there?
Town meeting said they didn't want to do regional dispatch. And when town meeting has to face the cost of not doing regional dispatch.
But just what I'm suggesting is that you come forward with
I understand.
And I think that too, yeah.
They're gonna have a full opportunity to increase this budget, so we're just trying to figure out what goes in the warrant.
We're just starting on the lieutenant.
Well, first off, it's your budget,
Our budget, yeah.
Well, but we put
Thank
it,
God.
but
What
Al,
we just
as-
started on is.
You put it
Back, I
together.
know, we vote on what goes in the warrant, but it doesn't make any sense to put something in the warrant that advisory opposes, because then you really
They technically,
chaos.
advisory presents it to town meeting.
Yeah.
You actually propose a budget to advisory, and advisory has.
advisory puts it on the floor.
Okay. Chief?
I'll do the best I can. I'm very tired. So we did have that meeting on Super Saturday. I pretty much laid out the importance of the position. I really feel that it's something that's necessary now, especially that we've incorporated the body worn camera program. There's a lot of oversight for that program. There's a lot of checks and balances for that program. I was already overwhelmed when I was a lieutenant and having to deal with accreditation, the introduction of post. A lot of things changed with George Floyd, a lot of oversight on the police departments. And I basically didn't have any help upstairs. And then, we hire a new lieutenant after I become chief. And he became a lieutenant in February, like the beginning of February. And by April, we're introducing the body worn camera program. And then all of a sudden it became, the public records request comes in, and I know on the Super Saturday, we kind of focused on the body worn camera program, and that was a major part, but the position itself was already overwhelmed, the amount of oversight. When you look at the job description itself for that position, it's 4 pages long, and it can be separated out into so many different categories that this lieutenant is responsible for. And it may not seem like a big deal until all of a sudden there's lawsuits and they say, well, who's responsible for overseeing the sergeant? Who's responsible for this? And all of that falling into one person, making sure the sergeants are supervising the officers, making sure the officers are doing what they're supposed to do. There's a ton of responsibility in that one position. And a lot of these towns, similar to Southborough, have split it up. They've either done a deputy chief or they've done 2 lieutenants. I felt like 2 lieutenants was more responsible for this size town, for this department. We already have a lieutenant's office set up upstairs. But it really, I was looking at my lieutenant coming burnt out. He's doing a phenomenal job in his position, and I couldn't ask for anything better. But I'm still having to take over some of the stuff that I was doing as lieutenant, and I haven't been able to leave my office since the introduction of all these outside forces of post accreditation, body on camera, FOIA requests. We just had a FOIA request from Fox 25 News for every single body on camera footage we released, all the emails that involved. It's just, and this is just the beginning. Like I said on, when we had the Super Saturday, that we are going to be amassing so much video footage, and at any point in time, somebody can come in and say, "You want all the body on camera footage of this one particular officer," especially if that officer is involved in something that makes it, shooting or anything like that. So again, another lieutenant will help with all the admin work, while a second lieutenant would help with operational work, and the oversight that's involved in the day-to-day operations of the Wanted Police Department. Not only is that, I have 5 sergeants that all my senior officers, seniority, I should say. They have a ton of vacation time. So they take off, their vacation time. There's only officers on the shift. With the second lieutenant, it would now have that second level of command on these shifts. And that's why, I feel like this position is needed, especially now. Had a lot of complaints that people haven't seen me. It's honestly because I'm doing a lot of work with the office that I'm still, taking over from when I was lieutenant. Like I said,
Well, select board supported.
Seven was 5-0 on
Yeah.
lieutenant, right? So Marcy, Tim, Larry, I just have trouble understanding when you hear this, how you could think that you know more than Chief Newell as far as what is Negan's position.
Well, I can answer that, Kathy. I can answer that for you. I don't know better than any department head. All right. They know their business. They've lived it. They've worked it for decades. But I also know that every department head would like more staff. Every department head would like more budget. And I know that there are plenty of people in our town who cannot afford to live in our town. And at some point, there has to be a pro-con analysis. And lines have to be drawn and steady states have to be determined. If we were going to hire or spend this much money on on adding staff, the police department might not be the best place to make that investment right now. I'm certain that the Council on Aging could use help, Youth and Family Services. So to say that we need to bring in a lieutenant to do admin work, to me, does not rise to the level of asking our seniors to choose between drug money for their medicine and their food, or telling a 13-year-old who needs counseling that they can't have it. Okay, so we need to have a more balanced approach. We need to look at the bigger picture. All right, and when the body cams were brought in, at no point, and the question about total cost of ownership was asked, and at no point did anybody say, hey, we might need a new lieutenant to do this. Because if somebody had, we wouldn't have gotten the body cams. The other point I'd like to raise is that if this is really going to become such an onerous task, has anybody talked about discontinuing the program as an option? And if that hasn't been considered as a legitimate alternative, why are we even thinking about moving forward with more costs? So that's why I vote no, and I'm still going to vote no.
So Tim, you know that I agree with you as far as trying to hold taxes down. I mean, you know that. But your 2 examples aren't good examples. We have increased the staffing of Youth and Family Services tremendously the last few years, tremendously. Council on Aging, we also increased their hours last year too. They aren't asking for any more. The only other department that I'm aware of that's asking for more hours right now is EDC. and we keep turning that one down. So, yeah, I don't think a squeaky wheel gets oiled, but there's not people pounding at the door asking for more staff other than Chief Newell.
But I think that Council on Aging and Youth and Family Services, the examples I'm using, would very quickly tell you that the need in the community and the surrounding communities that call upon their services is far, far greater than what they could ever handle.
So we've already now discussed this and voted on this. I think we should just, you want to speak to the decision that we made about, staffing of the dispatchers and then the plan that, you made a big ask and the way the vote came out, didn't grant a request for the new dispatchers, but hopefully it comes with the plan that, I know you probably, there's a little bit of, I don't know, take this with a grain of salt because the select board said this 18 months ago, but I think it'll be even with Westboro changing the site, you could have a different discussion about regionalization. And the idea would be that this fall, we would debate this in a way that would be kind of clear, like we're either going down the path of regionalization or because it's now been discussed enough times that we just have to stop it. And then people would have a clear idea of what the cost is. So, any comment on that or?
The toughest part about this whole thing is that the fact that it's, it is a shared service, but it's in my budget.
Yep.
And there's things that I would really need for my department, operational wise. So when you throw it all together, it looks like a massive amount. And here I am coming in as a new chief and asking for all this stuff. I don't like that position. I feel awful. When we had that discussion way back, what would we do if we don't do regional dispatch? Chief Achilles and I, looked at what we would need, and the numbers that I gave are what we would need. And if I had to go down one, it would be 3 dispatchers, so that be one on the overnight shift. But I feel those are the safety staff. And then the town, I can't really make the decision. It's if you go to the town meeting and put it out to the people, I think that's a fair request to.
All right.
But I think it is a recognized need that we have. It's a safety need. Without a doubt.
Thank you. I would like to move on to. All right, we move on to the trails item because that's the last. Okay. ARPA, because this is a fairly abrupt change from what we were talking about before. I guess Pat deserves an opportunity to speak to this because basically what we're talking about is the pencil sharpening exercise. We're looking at that ARPA pot of money that's been allocated to projects and want to use as much of it as possible to apply to capital items to reduce the year-over-year increase. But so one of the things that I'm thinking about is there a way that the whole project can be done with CPA funds instead of this, mix of, I didn't know you, here's my crutches, CPA and ARPA.
So the question you posed, I can't answer. Whether this project can be done by CPC. That's not for us to ask per se. But what I can give you an update. And it's after last week's meeting, we need one. And I can help shed light on what.
Yes.
Is that helpful? The one thing I want to do is if someone could just pass this side around. I just want you to know where the trail is because there was some confusion about where phase 1 and phase 2 is. So last year, as you know, there's phase 1 and we had a Mass Trails grant CPA application. So we kicked that off last year and that was our focus last year.
At the same time, we had the ARPA funding the year before, so that was all wrapped into phase 2. So last year we kicked off phase 1, where we had the fencing set up, the gate installed, the ADA parking, which was in-kind support from DPW, and we got all that going. And then we went to bid for phase 2, and we had 26 firms hold bid. There was interest, and no one proposed. So we reached out to our bidders and asked them why. And they shared with us, a few shared that they needed engineering plans that would be better for the bid. So go do that and rebid. So the engineering costs came back at a much higher estimation than we had initially been. We received a quote based on a question. I asked an engineering firm, can you provide a rough estimate? It was not the right estimate. So we were surprised at the cost of the engineering as well. And so what we did was we regrouped and we went out and got engineering bids. Now we understand what the cost is. So we have to figure out what to do. One of our Trails Committee members, Satyendra Sharma, found an organization in Colorado that provides pro bono services for some communities. They have an application process. So we delayed our execution so that we could submit the proposal. They said they accepted it, and it's been a long process because they're volunteers and they're working with other volunteers. So they have agreed to do geotechnical services, but it has taken us this length to get that agreement in place. They tried to get structural engineering covered as well, but we can't wait any longer. But we waited a long time so that we could make sure that we were doing the right thing, trying to find money to, offset the cost of the project. So now we're ready. We've of the 3 bids we received for engineering services, we have agreed to go with Beals and Thomas. They're interested. They're ready. They have a proposal. We're ready to, we put that, shared it with some to have the select board review if they agree to move forward with the project. And we're ready to do the engineering services in the next coming weeks, months, right? They've agreed to work with the pro bono firm. It's Terracon, who has agreed to do the geotechnical, and we would go to bid ideally once that's set up. The bid would need to be written because we also have a CPA application for this year to finish. Because what we're doing is basically we proposed to ARPA that we would use the money for the project, and now we're flopping it and using the funds if it's agreed to do the engineering services, and then we do the CPA Act to purchase the bridge and the boardwalk and the other funding that we need. And so the bid would be written contingent upon funding from CPA. So that's the short of it where we're at.
So, Kat, let me try to explain what we hope we can get done here. We don't control CPA money either. CPC votes to make recommendations to use the money that's in CPA buckets. What we do know, and Colin McAuliffe has confirmed this, there is enough money in the current CPA buckets. When you also consider the surtax to be collected for next year, it's from 25, to allow CPC if they chose to fund the entire thing. And what that would do is give us that ARPA money that we had for your trail back to offset some things in the current year budget to help us drive this tax increase down a little bit more. But it also takes the time pressure off you. We've got a time commitment. It sounds like you might be fine with it. You've got to, by the end of 24, literally have a contract, signed contract ready to go to spend the money developed. It sounds like you're on track with that anyways. That might not be an issue, but it would take that away from you. You got more time if you needed to massage, just get there and whatever. But it's all CPC's decision. And tonight we don't know what they're going to do. Andrew sent an email to Ben Smith to ask them, but he has a reply. So I haven't met to talk about whether they would consider doing the whole thing, not just the piece that's on the table right now. So that's where we are. So we're going to vote in a minute whether to move your money out of District Trail to this general tax relief bucket or not. And if we do, then you You would then have to work with CPC to see if they would fund the whole thing.
So that leaves very little time to CPC, as I understand their next meeting might not work out with all of this. And what happens is if we do this, if we pause the project as it is, we run the risk of losing our relationship with Beals and Thomas, who we have already teed up. We would have to we would have to get approval at town meeting for a much larger sum of money that might be harder for the town to digest, especially with the budget constraints this year. And it means we wouldn't be able to start until funds are available fiscal year 20.
Not necessarily. Is Carla on the?
Yes.
And Kristen Laval is also here representing CPC.
But I think there's a way for you to have the money right after town meeting too. So town meeting, remember, this is if CPC were to support funding the whole thing, right? That's not going to increase taxes. That's money they already have. It's already been taxed. You know, money's in the bank. So you're not going to increase taxes by increasing that warrant article, just FYI. That's why we're trying to do this. If we were doing that, we'd be defeating the purpose of what we're trying to do here.
Oh, I know that it won't.
Yeah. So I think, is she over now? Yeah. Yeah. Carla, can you hear me?
Yeah, I believe it's if
Okay.
it's free.
That's what I'm trying to get
CPA
to.
funds,
Yeah.
then technically, yeah, so this
Right.
town meeting over.
Right, so in other words, if you look at how they did it, just they went back to old money too. So Carla, I don't know if you've heard this discussion, but if CPC were to entertain funding the entire Peninsula Trail, so call it $400,000 for a round number. And they had the money already in the buckets that we have right now, money we have right now. Can that article be worded so that the money would be available the next day after town meeting, not wait till July 1st, if it's old money and not money to be collected with the surtax for fiscal year 25?
I believe so, Kathy. I'm not exactly sure about that, to be honest, but I don't know.
Okay, so I'm trying to get your money fast, so you don't go to July 1st, right? I appreciate it. Again, they've got to vote. They've got to want to do this, and think they've got the money and not taking money they might want to use for something else. All right, thanks, Carly.
Kristen, do you want to chime in because you have maybe some insight as a CPC representative?
Kristen's there. All right, we'll bring her over.
All right, thank you. And for those that don't know me, Kristen Laval, Vice Chair of the CPC. Ben is on vacation, which is one of the problems. And I'm not here to speak for the CPC tonight, only to say that we learned about this over the weekend on Sunday. We have not discussed as a committee. We need obviously a meeting to do so. The concern is that this is incredibly late in our process. We really are pressured to be signing off on articles right now and not changing really what's being asked for. There's due diligence that needs to be done to make sure that CPC funding can be used for this work. There's a little concern about, something called the non-supplanting clause of the enabling legislation. There's just things we need to look at just to make sure that all the work can be appropriately funded by CPC, not due to the dollar amount, but due to the requirements for those funds. So again, we don't have a position on it. I certainly cannot, reflect on what is and is not possible. But again, it's extremely late to be considering any financial change or any changes, I should say, to the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. The other thing is, if it doesn't pass town meeting,
So if it doesn't pass town meeting, what do? Let's say you got the argument, what do you do?
Yeah. So if it doesn't pass town meeting, what we have is a set of plans and engineering plans. So it does delay the project. Then we have to go out and get more grant. And just for perspective, we're volunteers, like there's 5 of us. And we've been working on this, like this whole Burroughs Loop Trail started in 2012 with, Southburg committing to let's join this community effort to do a regional trail. We joined, and so the committee had been putting permits in place all along. And so I joined in 2017 and we've been working since then to do this, countless hours. We met 20 times last year. So we're trying to do our due diligence to move things forward, and we certainly respect all of the work that you guys are putting in to reduce the tax.
So look this way, because glad you don't vote on this one. This is
Okay.
all argument.
But
You got 5 here to.
Just get it. So I'll ignore you. Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. It's like, we're really trying hard. So any delay will be a difficult delay. And so everything, I think Mark said it, I'm not going to repeat how you described this experience, but there's a lot of things riding on a lot of different things, and everything needs to be put together. We're trying to piece it together along the way. It's been challenging, but we're still pedal to the metal. So, I mean, I would encourage the board, you have to do what you have to do, but we have 37 letters of support over time, over 1,600 signatures throughout this whole process, collected from CPA applications to grant applications. There's a community support for this. I understand there's a lot of other priorities, and you have to make the best decision for the town, and you have to be held accountable after those decisions are made.
Okay, we get it. I've got there's another way to do this. Yeah, so I was trying to avoid reading this because it's really complicated. So Jason Malinowski sent a letter today. Did you guys read it? So Capital is now, based on their meeting last night, they are recommending not using the ARPA money for building sidewalks. They're recommending using about half of it to design sidewalks and putting the other half back in the pot, because it's a longer term project. They don't think it's going to get done. They want to just do one big sidewalk project next year when they've got all the work from the consultant. So we could, instead of taking the money that we need to do the capital from trails, we could take it from the sidewalk. So that's the other way we could do this tonight. And Mr. Malinowski said that's what capital voted for. So I didn't see the meeting last week. So they voted for it. We've got a letter saying that.
So they have 700,000.
They got $704,000, and about half of it he thinks is needed. So he's saying you can have half of it back to use. His idea was to use it against something else. So he wouldn't necessarily support what we're talking about right now. But
Bills and Thomas been paid.
What's that?
No, they haven't been engaged. We haven't engaged.
Okay, so Kat, is the piece that you know is going to be contracted December 31st going to be at least $144,000?
Contracted by the 30th.
And you got 144 in our ARPA bucket right now. So that's got to be contracted for. Signed, still delivered by December 31st.
Oh, yeah.
24.
Yeah, so we're looking, the cost for the engineering, which I shared, is roughly in the 70. It depends on how things go. So
So what?
70,000.
Okay, but then how are you going to spend the rest of it?
So when it depends on the CPA funds, right? So if the funds go forward, then we can do some of the project. If we can't do the full project, then we either can do some of it, either put it to signage of whatever parts of the project that it will apply to, or we give it back.
You got to do it in the fall. You can't wait to December 31st and say I didn't get it done.
We do not wait to December 31st.
I think the
No.
problem is you can't give it back.
Excuse me?
You can't give it, it's gonna get too late to give it back.
But we'll know by June, right? We'll know by June whether or not we're gonna be able to move forward. We're gonna know in March whether the CPA is voted for it or not. So we're gonna know early enough to be able to make some decisions, or you will be able to make some decisions. I would hope. Actually, I don't know the decision process.
So with
You have to do a fall town meeting.
to do what?
You have to do a fall town meeting.
So for ARPA, I mean, you would just.
We
change it
ARPA
out.
anytime.
ARPA.
Anytime.
And it's, you can use it against salaries, use it against anything.
I'm in favor of keeping them at 34.
That's real one-time stuff.
Rather use it than lose it.
Okay, so what are you in favor of saying?
Keeping the 144 for trails as advertised.
You take it out of sidewalks?
At least for the time being, take it out. So
You leave it alone and sidewalks
Consider it
goes
a
to use
natural
the capital.
So that you're saying capital voted.
This is what, I haven't seen Jason's letter. Has anybody seen it? So this is what I said to him over the phone. He said, did you see how we voted? I said, no. He goes, you're gonna be surprised. Bill Cundiff was part of the decision too. Bill's just being rushed to try to figure out, they did talk about 3 things, but they're just worried about getting it done.
Yeah.
So he says, we want to do instead a big sidewalk project next year where we've got time to do it, maybe bonded. We're going to
So
have
that's
results.
non-ARPA.
No, not ARPA. He wants
Gone.
about half of it left there to do the design work on some of this project. It's in this letter, so that's all I can tell you. Is he in the audience?
No, he did, he left. There was the discussion last night. The committee voted to move forward on engineering and design for 3 three of the projects. I think
Two
that,
on the south side.
I
one
think
on
the
north
total,
side, no-
I think the
and-
total amount to be committed is about three to three hundred
Right,
fifty
that's what they
thousand
wanted
dollars.
left in the ARPA bucket.
Correct.
Instead
And the
moving
rest of it, they will return.
Primarily because they just didn't feel like. it's-
Primarily because by the time the engineering and design is done, you get it out to bid, you're gonna be past the end of the
They
year.
felt that Bill was being too rushed and just not, and asked to make decisions that he just couldn't make that fast.
Yeah.
Well, I think the proposal to take the sidewalks and park allocation and reserve trails money makes sense. And it would not upset the budget that we just talked about.
No,
I didn't
no,
know
we're
that.
gonna swap it, so.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of this. If I have to choose between trails and sidewalks, I want sidewalks.
Okay. So.
And I'm sorry, but more people will use sidewalks.
Well, we're gonna get our sidewalks. We're still gonna get it. The plan is not to do
That's not a
sidewalks,
choice.
because we
Well,
can't do it.
It is.
All right, so we're coming up on 10:30. We still gotta vote on a bunch of warrant articles. So are we prepared to vote on this?
Yeah.
Okay. I move that we, you want-
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Vanessa, can you pop this one up on the screen so we know what we're voting on? This is the one that looks like this. It's got the, where we're moving money out of our buckets.
I understand the argument.
Okay, now can you,
Disappointed that we said this is a priority and
can you,
get it down the road.
scroll to the right so we can see? I need to see this last column over here. There you go, you got it. So, okay, so everybody see this last column, column M? If you put that down, it's going to put to 400 and roughly $20,000. So we've already got 80. See that 81,447 and let's see, was that 108 and 108? That's already in the bucket. So we're trying to make that 500. So the motion is to move everything that's in column M from the bucket that's currently in to the real estate tax relief bucket. With the exception that instead of moving the 144,547 out of trails, it's going to come out of sidewalks.
Second. You run that as a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so that, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, I think.
Got your statement.
That now
Are you
pretty much-
smiling? Thank you. Thank
I think that now pretty much completes the budget.
you. Yeah,
Okay,
assuming advisory has no other issues as far as money stuff goes.
But we still have police to iron out and roads. Road, yeah.
So we still could, but that's not gonna get done tonight.
Can I ask a budget question?
Yep.
I'm only referring to an old sheet that Brian gave me, Dave, 1/11/24. On the benefits. When my sheet says 10%, I don't know what your sheet says. Does that include? On the worksheet I had, it says with dispatches. Does that include the dispatches?
so we're working off of those updated rev cap that Brian.
Does it include the dispatches?
He's
That does-
taken it out of benefits too. He's taken
Yeah.
all the benefits associated with 5 of the 6 positions that Chief New asked for out of benefits also.
And also out of the department budget as well.
Yeah, so it's coming out of the police department as far as the gross salary, and then the benefits will come out of the benefits.
Can I ask what percentage of increase the police department got? Salary increases this year with their contract?
Okay. What percent, what year over year?
No, this year, their contract.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 2.1, I think,
Okay.
overall.
You just send it.
Mark can send this to you.
Excuse me?
Mark will send you the contract.
All right, then could you send me Brian's worksheet? So I have it, the one that you discussed this evening?
Sure.
Thank you.
So then, Andrew, I mean, I think if the select board is prepared to just vote the whole thing, but you're saying it sounds like because you don't support.
There's two pieces right now that I don't think we're in lockstep on. Police budget and the road maintenance. And the road maintenance we haven't discussed, right? We just talked about.
The select board isn't in lockstep on the police budget either.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know.
It's still three to move.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but are you gonna?
So we're gonna have another meeting before
We
the
have to have another
27th.
meeting too, whatever.
Yeah, we have to vote on the other articles too. And we'll let you know what the final budget is, and then we put in the warrant.
If we agreed, I mean, you know, we met with Jay, he said, you control the warrant, right? As we, then, you know, do a separate budget, whatever, they do what we did with the Board of Health, 5 years ago. You got, put in the warrant the way, select board wanted, as you disagreed with it, you had debate about it, so.
So. There's a way, right, we can, in the printed warrant, instead of having confusing reports on.
Well, we
right,
vote on each individual budget.
Yeah.
So it would be every budget except for one or two items would have a support or not support.
But they could do what, I mean, we tried to amend the Board of Health budget that year, right? Remember, I said, that's you.
Yeah.
So you do that, but we could also wait, I mean, this is gonna be a lot of voting on the 27th, we can wait and see what they do and see if you know, what you come up.
You're just voting on, right now, you're supporting what's there. Right, when we say what we're supporting, you could say, do we want to support what they support, not support what they support?
But has advisory agreed to support the rest of the budget, or you just haven't voted on it?
We haven't voted on anything.
We haven't,
We voted on some of the smaller ones.
yeah, the very small ones.
You know,
not the
like
big
your
ones.
elected Board of Health and our budget and, you know, small ones.
Historical.
What about DPW?
No, we have not.
We didn't vote on any of the ones from Saturday.
I'm just looking to get as much as possible done tonight, so that the meeting. 2 weeks from now is really just signing. Right. And getting as many recorded votes as possible in the printed warrant, but, so Al, if you disagree with.
No, that's it.
Trying to remember.
Yeah, we'll have a meeting before the 27th for sure. So right now, the three.
I did not disagree with.
No, they
All right.
dispatched on
So,
the
but then
dispatch.
if. I made a motion to just. You know, vote in favor of the budget that's presented. Would you vote no, and then. And that kind of brings up and I would prefer that like we take individual votes of these. line items
We usually do
together,
it
we just-
into each budget individually. But you can do a consent agenda thing and hold one. That's the other way to do it.
At the end of the
We already
day,
done that, we voted on the three stuff.
Because it's gonna be a different vote, I would assume.
Okay, so.
let me suggest something that might make life easier or not. And Chief Newell, please forgive me. Can we actually take the police budget as a separate warrant article? Because it is going to, so that would then be Article 6, if you will. And I know Mark is looking at gas too.
Oh, I completely, not that you asked me, but I completely disagree with that approach to leave the police department hanging out there. If you want to do something as to what Mr. Kraft suggested and do a separate article, which simply just deals with the dispatchers.
The dispatch is also
Then-
fire.
Then okay, but I don't agree with separating out the police
All right,
department
all right,
in its entirety.
I stand corrected.
No, I gotta stand up. I gotta stand up for the chief.
To one
Yeah.
point, change the subject.
Yeah, okay.
But Al, is the select board ready to vote on the overall budget here?
Yes.
And if we are, why wouldn't we do that? And we can always change a vote on the 27th, depending on what advisory does. But at least we have done that and said, unless we change our mind, this is what's gonna go in the warrant.
Well, why don't we vote on all of the budget except police budget first?
Okay, so then.
Because it goes support, not support in the warrant, each one individually.
Yeah, because there's DPWs.
No, but in the,
In the warrant, each individual budget has support or not support.
line items?
Right items.
Okay, so how about this?
So do everything but police and then do police separately.
So I'm gonna recuse myself from the vote on pass of it. So, I move the board approve all the budget, as sent in the most recent rev cap that Valentine sent,
Maybe 213.
dated February 13th, except for line items for police, Algonquin exempt debt, I'm sorry, and asset. So all except police and asset.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Then you want to make a motion for asset?
Yeah, so I will make a motion to approve the proposed assessment from Assabeth that's printed in the 213-24 rev cap of $517,861.
Second.
In favor?
Okay, so then we'll just 2 weeks from now, we'll figure this out on police. Hopefully we'll have, we don't have it, unanimous position. We don't, sounds like we probably won't.
And if we change our mind on roads, we'll change it then too.
Who knows, we'll come up to them. Okay, just so you know, the three big outstanding things they have is police. Cutting the road down, maybe. And Algonquin stabilization.
Which is not money on.
That I mean, I don't want to speak for the rest of the committee, but that's my big three kind of.
Maybe DPW.
Yeah, there's some budgets that maybe we look at.
So I mean, my, you'll take your own, have your own discussion, but
Yeah.
that saves like a point, what would it be?
$500,000.
$500,000 equal 1%, so it's like
Exactly.
1% of the budget.
like 2.
So you're gonna make your school vacation week?
I want to say it's cool.
Yeah, he's not a true yet.
So then, are we all set for the joint meeting?
So,
Okay.
great, motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Go ahead. All those in favor? Tim? I heard it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Um,
Good night, everybody.
Before we next get to warrant articles. I don't have anything under reports. Or anything under reports?
I have one item. I just wanted to put in a plug, on behalf of Southborough Youth and Family and, Recreation and also the Friends of the Youth Commission. Every year, Youth and Family tries to do this, unplugged day to try to get families together and put away the devices and get away from all that stuff. And this year, they're looking to do what they're calling an International Day of Unplugging with a costume karaoke. They're doing this over at Mary Finn School cafeteria. It's $5 a person. You buy the tickets ahead of time. It's $8. Night chiefs and captain. $8 at the door. If you buy the tickets at the door, there's pizza. There's drinks available for purchase. All proceeds are going to go to Southborough Recreation for camp scholarships. So just wanted to put in a quick plug. I'm not going to be standing in the way of getting to the end of the meeting tonight, but I just wanted to make sure we did that. So at least people going back looking at the 4th hour of the meeting can get this information. So
Quick question, did you resolve the $1,000 from the engineering fund that's needed for the additional testing?
it's in the engineering fund. So yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
the
so
only that would.
it's taken care of.
I don't think there's any, I don't think there's anything else to take care of. We should be all set.
Okay,
Yeah.
Is that what?
yeah, that's how we did funded some additional testing.
Okay, so I've got in front of me the Excel cheat sheet that Mark sent on Friday. So if you've got it, it would be good to pull up just as a reference for what remains to be voted on warrant articles. Everyone there? Okay, so here are, this is a list of articles where I reviewed it, think we can vote it tonight. And if anyone wants to just discuss one individually, let me know. So Article 4 is the SAP. which we talked about. We had a presentation from Barry last week. Article 8 is capital budgeting non-borrowing. I guess we need to adjust the language of it, right, based on some of the votes we took.
We're gonna need to adjust some of the items in there.
So take that out, right? The library construction grant, E&D costs $150,000. We talked about that last night. Jan, we spoke to that, and library. 14 OPEB trust fund, that was basically included in the budget, in the rev cap that we just voted. And then I'll just rattle them off here. Everything 19 through 32, which is recreation facilities maintenance fund, annual authorization of revolving funds. The 3 school committee articles we just heard about, 21 through 23. Maybe we hold the regional school capital stabilization fund. There's a lot of questions about that. All the CPA articles based on the decision about how we kind of preserve the trails funding, but none of that needs to be adjusted. Public Works Advisory Committee article. So the version that's in the warrant does not have the sunset provision that we voted. I know you probably, you might have seen like breaking news, the letter from the planning board where they felt like the sunset provision, you know, Mr. Witt, who was one of the, doesn't like it. It seems like it's potentially just kind of distraction and a headache from the greater goal of just abolishing the current public works planning board. And all right, so the version that we have does not have the sunset provision.
Let's hold that one.
Okay, sure. Hold it.
Yep. Sunset.
Because of that, do you want some?
Where are we on that? Sorry, I'm not clear.
I'll go through this list again. All right. Article 39. Mr. Hickory's article on virtual meetings on election day. Article 42, pension obligation bonds. Article 44, appropriation for tricentennial committee. Article 45, Passage Valley Stabilization Fund. 47 is transfer CPA housing funds to Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think, why not? Well, and then 54 is the citizens petition for Mr. Palmer for the 2/3 vote for non-town CCPC projects. Even though we haven't discussed that citizens petition, we already talked about all that. So sounds like of the kind of holes there are the Public Works Advisory Committee, Regional Schools Capital Stabilization Fund. Any others?
Who held that one?
I'm holding it.
Okay. Sunset.
Yeah, that's captured by the Public Works Advisory Committee.
Okay.
Okay. Any others?
What are you doing on the 54 citizens petition?
You're
holding that or voting that?
Yeah, do you have any objection just on that?
Alrighty.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
So how about this? But I will just isolate it up for a discussion. So how about this? I move that the board support a town meeting articles. 4, salary administration plan. 9, library construction grant. 14, OPEB trust fund. 19, rec facility maintenance fund. 20, annual authorization of revolving funds. 21, accept MGL for Southborough Schools rental fund. 23, Southborough Schools special ed stabilization fund. Articles 24 through 32, all the CPA articles. Article 39.
And then can we go back around the CPA? I want to hold 32.
Golf club irrigation system?
Yep.
Hold it or you?
But I want to discuss it.
We discussed it.
All right, so now I guess we do
24 to 31.
I'm going to start all over again.
So do it. Okay, go ahead. Start with 4.
Okay. Strike that. We're gonna begin again, all right? Sorry.
It's all right.
Okay, so I move that the board support at town meeting, Article 4, SAP. Article 9, library construction grant. Article 14, OPEB trust fund. Article 19, rec facility maintenance fund. Article 20, annual authorization of revolving funds. Article 21, accept MGL for Southborough Schools rental. Article 23, Southborough Schools special ed stabilization. Articles 24 through 30, CPA.
31.
No, holding 31. I'm sorry, yes, including also 31. Right. The CPA Peninsula Trail extension. Actually, let me hold that too, because I think Alice was.
Okay, so 30, 24 to 30.
Yeah, 24 through 30, all right. Article 39, amend town code virtual meetings on election day. 42, pension obligations fund. 44, appropriation for tricentennial committee. 45, Aspen Valley stabilization fund, and 47, transfer CPA housing funds to affordable housing trust fund.
Second.
All those in favor? All right, so that was one big omnibus.
So I got into Mark.
Yeah, good, because
I'll say it again, right?
after 42, no, just do it after from 42, 24 to 30, 39.
44, 45, and 47.
So I'm sorry, Kathy, say it again.
42.
Yep.
44.
Yep.
45, and 47.
Thank you.
Okay, so regional school capital stabilization fund. What do we want to do with that?
What's that number?
That's Article 22. There were a lot of different.
I support that, yeah.
I support it.
Well, I'd like to see a little more detail before I'm ready to say yes.
That 3 votes for yes.
Okay, you want to make a motion?
Which one was that?
22.
Yeah.
22. I move that we support Article 22.
All right, all those in favor? Those opposed?
So 4-1 on that one, Mark.
Yep. Okay, Article 31, the CPA Peninsula Trail extension. I move that the board support at town meeting Article 31. Okay, all those in favor? Those opposed?
5-0.
Okay, Article 32, I move the board support at town meeting, Article 32, the CPA Gulf Flood irrigation system.
Second.
All those in favor? Those opposed?
3-2.
Okay, then Article 35. How do you want to speak to the sunset clause issue?
I really like the idea of the sunset law. If this is working, this will have no trouble being reaffirmed and made permanent. And if it's not working, this is a way to have it gracefully go away. And I certainly hope it works, but I think we ought to do more of this rather than less.
I hear what you're saying. Also thinking just about, this is like potentially 45 minutes meeting time for these people that get really confused about what it's about in the first place. So I want to maybe more thinking about the easier path rather than it's an easier path. If this is, remember, the original objective here was just to get rid of or replace, right? And this getting passed will no longer be the tree dish. So it's not complicated.
I
Really,
I
please,
have an
please
issue
don't.
with it because I think the tree warden can, what if you get a rogue tree warden? The tree warden doesn't answer to the
No, but
DPW and
we
he
would
doesn't
appoint
answer
the
to the
tree
select board.
But this doesn't really.
That position's
that
still
tree-
being
tree
flushed
warden
out,
stuff.
Marguerite. They haven't.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's
Okay,
my
so-
reservation. That's why I'm voting for a sunset clause.
Sunset clause has nothing to do with
Yeah.
the tree warden. That's a different article.
So
Yes, I'm tired.
I'm with Andrew as far as a reason to do this. I really want to get this passed and I want to get rid of the bad one, bring in the good one. I don't want to be tree warden. And on top of that, we've got another way. If this committee doesn't work, we can still get rid of it. We've got authority now to get rid of it. So we can still get rid of it if we don't think it's doing it in 5 years.
And you know, also, I think Tim had a good point, is there's a difference that with the town bylaw committee, you can just get rid of it. There was simple vote, we could do that.
Get rid of it, you can also, I mean,
Yeah,
you can also modify it
here
to make it work.
was the state law. That's what I kept this. All right, so
Andrew, I guess, you know, I basically think this is irrelevant. I think it works with a sunset or without a sunset, frankly. Doesn't matter. My goal is then to get a pass. So one of the reasons I supported the sunset last time was my read of the body language was the majority was going to vote for it. But if you're changing now.
Okay. Part of it is just weariness. 11, you know, just wanting to get it done.
It's more than.
I think it's a tempest in a teapot. I
Yeah.
don't think the planning board really.
All right.
I think it's a 10% teapot too, but nonetheless.
Number?
Okay.
It is, number 35 now.
All right, move that we accept approve Article 35
As in the current board without the sunset.
as is.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
I'm worried too.
Me too. Even with John, hand ones together.
Okay, I think we just voted on, but the only thing left here is 50, right? On my list, okay.
As far as what we can do tonight.
John, do you have anything,
So I'm sorry if I might have missed, but the two other stabilization fund proposals, the regional one and the special ed one.
We wondered where you were. You did miss them. We wondered where you were.
I'm sorry about that. I don't need to, I won't take any more of your time. Ask you to go back. I just don't support those, and I don't know what you guys came up with.
There's definitely some disagreement on the regional one, regional high school one, and then the K-8 special ed one. We did vote for that one.
All right, that's fine. I don't understand the K-8 one well enough right now, but I'm skeptical about it. The regional one makes no sense at all to me. And some other time I could articulate the reasons to you, but it's late and I don't need to do it now to you. Thank you though for being here. So we're doing all this work.
okay, Article 54. We basically already talked about the concept of this. This is the citizen petition requiring a 2/3 threshold vote to approve.
CPA funding for non-town projects.
Quickly, yeah, so it says, the citizens of Southborough hereby resolve that any petition to the CPC for funding for a project, asset, or service on private land or for private benefit and use being not town-owned or operated should require a 2/3 majority passing vote tally for approval at town meeting. That's I don't support this at all.
I don't either. I think there are a lot of projects that come up that are hard to describe. We're bucketed down bucket, so it seems to be difficult. You need to not have a blanket rule.
I see what's coming from, the St. Mark's Beltar passed by one vote, right? So it was split. But I thought what Ben said at our meeting, last meeting was pretty compelling as far as a lot of this purple stuff is in private hands in this town, so we can't ignore it. So I'm going to.
It's worth preserving.
Do you want, Al, Margaret, do you want to vote on it tonight or?
I'm prepared to vote on it.
Okay. Marguerite?
I think it should come to town meeting, so I think I sort of support it.
But do you want to vote now or wait until like a presentation?
Yeah. No.
So when we say at town meeting, Margaret, just to be clear, what we mean is we're going to go to town meeting, not put our vote down yet, and vote at town meeting when we see what town meeting says. That's what at town meeting means. Or select board say that.
Be more dramatic.
Well, like the planning board
want to
article,
listen to the
I'm
debate.
not proposing we vote those because it's going to change between now and then. So we'll just wait to see.
I would take it if it was not 2/3. So I'm sort of in, if it was like a different.
Yeah, I think
2/3.
60% is a little better.
All right,
Yeah.
so I move that the board support a town meeting article 54.
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor? All those against?
So that was a 2-3 vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have two others.
All right,
One, it just, I was just reminded through an email. Somehow it came off of one draft and is not on the current draft. CIPC was looking to reduce their membership from 7 members to 5 members. And they had just, and because they're a bylaw committee, we need to change the bylaw. Language is all drawn up and everything. It's simply just changing the numbers.
yeah, okay,
So,
I'm okay with that. Yeah,
and then the other article, excuse me?
Solar.
I've got that on my
Yeah,
list.
the other article is the solar article that we brought up. All right, we're trying.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
This is exactly the reason why you shouldn't be creating committees in the town code like this monstrosity of a thing that you're writing for this new non-public works committee. I mean, the thing reads like a 7th grade English thing. It's terribly poorly written. You were a Marguerite, what grade would you give that? You were grading that paper. I mean, it's so complex. You don't need to. You handcuff yourselves. You have the authority to create these yourselves and change it on the fly as a CIPC. It just doesn't make any sense.
The CIPC is already created, so.
No, I fully understand, but this is a classic example of why in the past couple of years we've gone nuts with these lengthy. This article is Mr. Litz wrote, so it sounds like his writing is 1,023 words long. It's just nuts. It says that you're no longer the committee if you die. I'm glad we clarified that. I mean, you just don't have to do this stuff. This is all stuff that you as the board should be creating ad hoc committees and changing on the fly to fit the needs when you need. It just doesn't make any sense.
Sounds like you defended something.
No, I'm gonna get up on town meeting and speak against it.
Okay.
I just think it's nuts.
You're gonna speak against the whole committee.
So by doing that, there's 2 separate articles, so yeah.
First one, get rid of altogether. The second one is just incredibly overly complex. It's contradictory. It does everything but tell you whether round table or square table. You don't need to do that.
On oval.
Oh, there you go. Make an amendment on the floor.
Okay, all right. I don't know how we got from there.
CIPC.
From the
So.
CIPC, okay.
I support those.
Okay, so I move that the select board support a town meeting a warrant article to reduce the membership size of CIPC. From 7 to 5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes. What article number is that gonna be, Mark? Do you know?
Well, things are gonna get shuttled, so.
CIPC is 5-0.
Yeah.
I also move that the select board support a town meeting. The Southborough School Committee's warrant article to authorize the select board to lease the roof of Trotter Middle School. Based on the language that's in our package. All those in favor?
And then we have one other vote, and that's why Jim's still sitting here.
Okay, here's one I had. I move that the board vote to advance citizens petition articles 52 and 53 so that they're immediately following Article 5, which is the FY25 budget. Second, all those in favor? Okay, what else?
Okay, so we voted to put the money into the ARPA bucket for general tax relief. Now we got to say what we're using it for. So here's my motion. I make a motion to use ARPA money for the following 5 uses. First of all, to pay for the town clerk scanning that Mr. Haggerty has proposed. That wasn't an article. Second, to pay for the crew cab truck that's being bought by the DPW. Third, to pay for the Finn air conditioners. Fourth, to pay for the Woodward air conditioners. And 5, to reduce the road maintenance article by $177,500. Those 5 things total $500,000 exactly.
You want to include the specific amounts for those.
Okay, so let me go back. So I'm going to amend. So town clerk scanning for $43,000, crew cab for $95,000, Finn AC for $134,500, Woodward AC for $50,000, and road maintenance for $177,500. Those 5 things total $500,000 exactly.
Second.
Okay, so just the town clerk Scanning, that was,
an article, so it's been taken out.
okay, so that between that ARPA money and the CPC money, you have what you need to get this done.
And now we can get it done starting tomorrow.
Already sent the email, okay.
Yeah, spend it,
So you have a
take
little
it
bit
away.
of like, I think splitting the road maintenance is a little weird, but.
No, because he's got projects, we had to put the things that they're gonna be used right away.
He can't use
He's-
it yet. He can't build it because he didn't have it designed.
No, you know, two different things. This is two different things. This is the 650. The normal, he's got bids out for the culverts, et cetera. He can use this money right away. So we had to find things that would be used right away.
All right, so it's gonna sit there and then after there's gonna bid that goes out, and then it'll come to the select board.
He's
You
got
recommend-
bids right now. There's a PO sitting on the chapter 90 money that they can move over to this right away.
So we got moved and seconded, all those in favor?
Kathy, will send me an email. Thank you.
Consent agenda? Any holds?
Yeah, hey.
Any other holds? I move that the board support consent agenda items B and C. Okay, all those in favor? All right, what are your edits to the minutes?
January 30, line 13 and 15, Tom Frizz misspelled PONFRED. Otherwise, you have to do a good job.
Want to make a motion?
I move that January 30, 24, the next meeting, blue as a
Second, all those in favor? We'll believe it. I think that ends this meeting. Are there any public comments? No, all right. Okay, just before, I'm trying to get it under 11 p.m., but it's like, yeah, just start watch that. I move the we adjourn. All right, so I feel like we did a pretty good job. There are very few articles where we